Chapter 555. If it was really the Forgotten Land, they would be in big trouble. Because he had made too many enemies back then. The most terrifying ones were the Pill Tower's Tower Master and his wife. If they were caught by the two of them, they would definitely die. The ugly old woman didn't say anything and directly led everyone into the passage. An hour later, everyone's eyes lit up as they arrived in front of an altar. During this time, Fatso also came out of the ancient castle. The altar was blood red as if it was dyed in blood. It emitted an ancient and mysterious aura. Everyone looked at the altar curiously, trying to guess what it was. However, Qin Feiyang and Fatso's hearts were in their throats. It seemed that they were really going to the Forgotten Land. The ugly old woman still didn't say a word. With a wave of her hand, battle chi surged toward the altar. As the battle chi surged in, the altar was like a sleeping beast that was gradually awakening. Buzz. After a moment, accompanied by a low buzzing sound, the altar erupted with a resplendent blood-red light, dyeing everyone's faces blood-red. Go. The ugly old woman finally retracted her battle chi and said coldly before retreating to the side. This teleportation altar can only teleport 10 people at a time. Everyone, don't be anxious. Take it slow. Wang Hong took the lead and stepped into the teleportation gate. Qin Feiyang was surprised. He originally thought that Wang Hong and Jiang Chenqing's mission was to send them here. He didn't expect that they would have to follow them. Boss, what are you thinking about? Hurry up. Fatso dragged Qin Feiyang and was the first to jump onto the altar. Why are you in a hurry? Qin Feiyang frowned. Fatso chuckled. If there are any treasures, we can be the first to get them. It's not like you don't know the entrance to the Forgotten Land. What treasures can there be? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. That's hard to say. Fatso laughed mischievously. After all, it had been a long time. What if some treasures appeared? Why aren't you worried at all now? Qin Feiyang found it strange. Just a moment ago, he still had that scared look on his face. Why did he suddenly become so arrogant and want to be the first to enter? I'm worried. Fatso nodded. But what was the use of worrying? Unless they withdrew from the Great War of the 9 prefectures, they would have to enter sooner or later. While the two were whispering, Ren Wushuang and Shen Mai, Lu Xingchen and Xiong Xiaolong, Murong Xiong, Dong Xingyang, and Dong Fangwuan also jumped onto the altar one after another. Including Wang Hong, there were 10 of them. Immediately, their vision turned black, as if they had entered a deep dark tunnel. They could feel their bodies moving quickly. However, his speed was extremely fast, as if he was traveling through time. Faced with such a situation and an unknown battlefield, Ren Wushuang and the others couldn't help but feel nervous. However, Qin Feiyang and Fatso had experience in teleporting and knew what kind of place the Forgotten Land was, so they were not worried. In fact, they were already mentally prepared to fall into that icy lake once again. However, when the light appeared in front of their eyes and their feet landed on the ground, the two were stunned. What they were stepping on was actually solid soil. What was going on? The icy lake had disappeared. Was it caused by the fierce beasts fighting on the glacier? Or was it destroyed when the lady chased after them and fought with the snow python guarding the entrance? However, when they came back to their senses and looked at the environment in front of them, they found that the above guesses were all wrong. Because this was not the Forgotten Land at all. But then, they were deeply shocked by the scene in front of them. Where they were now was an incomparably large plain, and it was difficult to see the end at a glance. On the plain, not even a blade of grass grew. As if it had been dried up for a long time, it was covered with countless cracks, as if a layer of spiderweb had been spread on the ground. But if that was the case, Qin Feiyang and the others would certainly not be so surprised. What really surprised them was that the soil was dark red, as if the soil was soaked in blood and then dried. In the void, there was also a faint blood mist, and at the same time, there was a tragic aura that couldn't be dispersed. And there was also a trace of creepy coldness. Look. Suddenly, Fatso pointed to the sky, his eyes wide open and full of horror. Everyone looked up at the same time, and there was a look of horror on their faces. High up in the sky, there was a sun, but it was not fiery red, but blood red, as if it was formed by blood. Everything here gave people the feeling that they had come to hell. Qin Feiyang and the others couldn't help but feel scared. Dongfang Wuhan asked, Commander Wang Hong, when you and the Mansion Master came to participate in the Nine Regions War, was it also here? Yes. After so many years, this place hasn't changed at all. Wang Hong nodded, and there was a look of reminiscence in his eyes. Fatso came to Qin Feiyang's side and asked in a low voice, Boss, do you know where this place is? As the prince of the great Qin Empire, Qin Feiyang must know something. I don't know. Qin Feiyang shook his head. When he was young, although he liked to read all kinds of ancient books, he had only stayed in the imperial capital for 10 years. If he counted the few years when he was just born and didn't know anything, the time was even shorter. Moreover, at that time, he didn't study these ancient books wholeheartedly. He just took the time to read them when he was not cultivating. Therefore, he didn't know every place in the great Qin Empire. Even you don't know, it seems that this place is very mysterious. Fatso whispered, and his gaze turned solemn. Whoosh. At the same time, the other disciples also entered the battlefield one after another. Like Qin Feiyang and the others, when they saw this strange land, they immediately started to talk about it, and they couldn't help but feel anxious. Half an hour later, everyone had come in. Excluding Wang Hong and Jiang Qianqing, there were a total of 550 people. Their cultivation level was basically 4-star combat emperor and above. As for those who were below 4-star combat emperor, there were exceptions. Quiet. Wang Hong took a few steps forward and stood in front of everyone. Jiang Qianqing stood at the side with a faint smile on his face. Everyone immediately stopped talking and looked at Wang Hong. Wang Hong glanced at everyone and said, This place is very unfamiliar to all of you, but it is very familiar to me because this is where I rose to power. And this place also has a name that makes people tremble in fear, Nine Nether Yellow Spring. Nine Nether Yellow Spring. When everyone heard this name, their hearts trembled. At the same time, they agreed with this name. The blood sun in the sky. The blood mist in the void. The blood-red land. It was no different from the yellow spring. Humph. Suddenly, Wang Hong snorted and said, If you think that this is all there is, then you are gravely mistaken. Do you see the end of the plain? He pointed at the end of the plain. Everyone looked over. The plain was too big, and they couldn't see the end. At the end of the plain is a death swamp, and there are all kinds of fatal dangers in it. When the Palace Lord and I participated in the Nine States War, there were more than 700 people, but only 300 people successfully walked out of the death swamp. And those who died in there, they were the same as all of you, monsters that were once the center of attention in the inner palace. Wang Hong shouted. The death rate is so high. Qin Feiyang and Fatso looked at each other. The others were also dumbfounded. Are you afraid? Let me tell you, the death swamp is just the beginning. The next few places will be even more dangerous. So let me give you a piece of advice. It's best to put down your grudges first. Only by uniting will the chances of survival be higher. Wang Hong said. Everyone nodded. Wang Hong said, If you have any questions, ask them quickly before we set off. Isn't it the 9 States War? Why don't I see the people from the other 8 states? Someone asked. This was also the question in everyone's mind. Wang Hong said, If I'm not mistaken, they have all entered this place, but they are all teleported to different places, so we won't meet them for the time being. Lu Xingchen said, Then when will we meet them? It might be fast, or it might be slow. But as long as you enter the death swamp, you will meet them sooner or later, because you are all going to the same place. Wang Hong said. Where? Someone asked. The parameter. Wang Hong spat out these 2 words word by word with a particularly serious expression. The parameter? Everyone couldn't help but be stunned. The parameter was no stranger to them. It was the end of the Yellow Spring. Was this really the Yellow Spring? I can't say much about the situation here. Because this is the order of the current emperor. You need to explore it yourselves. Otherwise, the 9 States War will lose its meaning. I can only tell you 2 things. First, there are a lot of treasures here. Precious medicinal herbs, perfect battle arts, pill recipes, pill fires, pill furnaces, divine weapons, you can think of everything. It just depends on whether you have the life to find it and the strength to snatch it. Second, the final result. The first 50 people to reach the parameter will be able to enter the imperial capital. Wang Hong said. Although he didn't go into detail, his words were very exciting. They couldn't help but clench their fists. If there are no other questions, each of you will receive a tranquil bag. Men on the right, women on the left. Wang Hong waved his hand, and 2 piles of tranquil bags appeared on the ground in front of him. What the hell? Fatso hurriedly rushed forward, grabbed the 2 tranquil bags, and hurried back to Qin Feiyang's side. He threw one to Qin Feiyang and hurriedly checked it. Everyone looked at him curiously. Damn. Fat Lord, I thought it was some kind of treasure. So it's just a pile of junk. However, Fatso immediately showed a look of disdain when he saw it. What's in there? Someone asked. Fatso glared at that person and said angrily, Damn, didn't I say that everyone will get one? Don't you know how to check it yourself? That person looked away resentfully and ran to grab a tranquil bag. After checking it, he also showed a look of disappointment. Looking at Fatso and that person's reaction, Qin Feiyang also looked curiously. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was actually filled with clothes. However, what was the purpose of giving them these clothes? Chapter 556. Seeing the word spirit, Qin Feiyang had an answer in his heart. Spirit represented the spirit state. The reason he gave everyone such clothes was to indicate their identity. If nothing unexpected happened, the people of the other 8 states would also wear such symbolic clothes. And he prepared so many clothes for everyone because he was worried that when everyone fought, the clothes would be torn and they would not be able to change. It could be said that Wang Hong had thought about it very carefully in advance. Before entering the death swamp, you have to find a place to change into these clothes. At the same time, you have to listen to the arrangements of the captain, Dongfang Wuhan. If there is a disagreement, everyone can discuss it calmly, but you must not do anything to hurt your fellow disciples. After everyone had collected their clothes, Wang Hong began to remind them. Yes. Everyone nodded. Wang Hong asked, Are there any other questions now? Everyone shook their heads. In that case, Wang Hong glanced at everyone, his gaze extremely sharp, waved his hand and shouted, Then let's go. Immediately. With Dongfang Wuhan in the lead, everyone rushed towards the end of the plain. But Qin Feiyang did not move. Qin Feiyang did not move, and neither did Fatso. Wang Hong looked at the 2 and asked doubtfully, Is there anything else you 2 need? Fatso waved his hand and chuckled, Fat Lord is fine, but the boss might be. Qin Feiyang said, Senior, I wonder if the old man has mentioned the matter of the ruins to the current emperor. You are quite concerned about this matter. Wang Hong looked at Qin Feiyang strangely and nodded. When the Lord went to the imperial capital, he mentioned this matter. What did he say? Qin Feiyang asked. According to the Lord, the emperor did not directly state his position at the time, but it can be seen that he does not agree with destroying the ruins. Wang Hong said. Qin Feiyang immediately frowned. This matter? Fatso asked curiously, When did the old man go to the imperial capital? Wang Hong smiled and said, Not long after you were imprisoned. Fatso nodded in realization and said with a sly smile, It seems that the old master is afraid that no one will be able to control us after he leaves the spiritual state. That's why he put us in jail. Wang Hong and Jiang Chenqing looked at each other. To be able to think of this damned Fatso's brain was really not simple. That was right. This was indeed the reason why the old man had locked them up in prison. Because going to the capital was not something that could be done in a short period of time. What if Qin Feiyang caused some trouble while he was away? Therefore, he might as well lock them up and save himself the trouble. Of course. It was impossible for Wang Hong and Wang Yu to admit this to their faces. Because once he admitted it, Fatso would become even more arrogant. Cough. Wang Hong coughed dryly, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Don't think so much now. Focus on dealing with the people from the other 8 continents. That's right. The people from the other 8 continents are not simple people. Dongfang Wuhan's leadership is not that good either. You must help him from the side. Jiang Qianqing smiled. I will do my best. Qin Feiyang nodded and cupped his hands. I will take my leave. Wang Hong said, take good care of Wushuang on the way. Be careful. Okay. Qin Feiyang responded and chased after the group with Fatso. After walking for a while, Fatso frowned and said, Boss, Fat Lord has been thinking about a problem, but I just can't figure it out. What problem? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Fatso said, logically speaking, shouldn't it be the 3 leaders of the sacred hall escorting us here? Why is it Wang Hong and Jiang Qianqing? I have also thought about this problem. I guess it's because the old man is afraid that the 3 hall masters have selfish motives. Especially the martial arts hall master. If he escorts us, it is very likely that it will be disadvantageous to us. Qin Feiyang analyzed. Damn, you can even think of this. Fatso couldn't help but be stunned. He shook his head and sighed. The older the ginger, the spicier it is. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Can a brainless person sit on the seat of the mansion lord? That's true. Fatso smiled and said, but this Jiang Qianqing is highly valued by the old man. I just don't know where he came from. Qin Feiyang was stunned and frowned. Didn't the old man say that he is a loose cultivator? Loose cultivator? Fatso shook his head and sneered. Every time he saw Jiang Qianqing, he had a very real feeling that this person was definitely not as simple as the old man said. After hearing Fatso's words, Qin Feiyang thought about it carefully and also felt a little strange. Logically speaking, a loose cultivator who could cultivate to the Battle Master realm would definitely have an extraordinary state of mind. Such a person didn't care much about power and status. But why did he suddenly come to be the East City Lord now? It was impossible for the old man to invite him to be the City Lord. Because the old man had countless capable people under his command, and there was no lack of experts in the city. Any one of them would be able to do the job. So, it should be Jiang Qianqing who took the initiative to look for the old man. What are you two dawdling for? Hurry up and catch up. Don't drag us down. Just as Qin Feiyang was deep in thought, a dissatisfied shout sounded. The shout came from Wu Yang. Qin Feiyang looked up and saw Wu Yang turning her head and looking at him and Fatso in disgust. Immediately, he frowned without leaving a trace. It seemed that the journey wouldn't be too peaceful. Fatso didn't hide the cold light in his eyes. He whispered, Boss, let's find a chance to get rid of these flies. Don't take the initiative to cause trouble, or else you'll become the subject of ridicule. However, even if we don't cause trouble, some people won't be able to endure it for long. We just need to wait. Qin Feiyang said. Understood. Fatso chuckled. Whiz. The 2 of them took large strides and quickly caught up to the main group, walking side by side with Ren Wushuang and Shen Mai. As for the others, they basically didn't like them, so they naturally wouldn't use their hot faces to stick to their cold buttocks. Ren Wushuang swept his gaze across the people around him and asked in a low voice, Where's the wolf cub? Why don't I see it? Qin Feiyang said, It's in closed-door cultivation to break through to the War Master realm. So fast. Ren Wushuang was stunned. Shen Mai, who was at the side, was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. Heh. Fat Lord is also an 8-star war emperor now. Fatso chuckled, his expression filled with pride. Without a doubt. The fragile hearts of the 2 girls were once again traumatized. Even this wretched Fatso had already broken through to the 8-star war emperor. Why were these guys all so abnormal? There was simply no way to compare. It's too slow to walk like this. Let's just fly over. Suddenly, someone suggested, his tone somewhat impatient. I agree too. Anyway, we've walked such a long distance and haven't encountered any danger. There's no need to be so careful. Another person echoed. No way. Whether it's Commander Wang Hong or the Mansion Lord, they both said very clearly that this place is extremely dangerous. We have to take every step carefully. Dongfang Wuhan shook his head. Murong Xiong said in dissatisfaction, they only said that the death swamp is dangerous, but they didn't say that this place is also dangerous. Is there a need to do this? Dongfang Wuhan laughed. I'm thinking for everyone's safety. What a joke. Look for yourself. As far as the eye can see, there's not even a cover. Even if there are any monsters, there's nowhere for them to hide. This is the first time I've seen you so timid. If you want to walk, then walk slowly. In any case, I won't accompany you. Murong Xiong glanced at Dongfang Wuhan with disdain and suddenly jumped up. Seeing this, Dongfang Wuhan frowned and was about to continue persuading him, but at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Murong Xiong, who had jumped up into the air, actually fell down again. Moreover, he fiercely smashed into the ground, looking rather miserable. What's going on? Everyone immediately stopped and looked around vigilantly. Dongfang Wuhan scanned the surroundings. Seeing that there was no one else, he walked in front of Murong Xiong and asked, "Are you all right?" Murong Xiong ignored him and stood up to look at the sky. His pair of bell-like tiger eyes were filled with shock. Everyone followed his gaze and looked in that direction. There was still nothing. For a moment, everyone's hearts were in turmoil, unable to calm down. Qin Feiyang also looked at the sky suspiciously. How could such a situation occur? Fatso asked in surprise, "Boss, could he have suddenly gone crazy? A dignified war sect would have epilepsy. Is your brain broken?" Ren Wuxuang couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. Fortunately, Murong Xiong was dozens of meters away from them. In addition, Fatso's voice was very low, so Murong Xiong didn't hear it. Otherwise, with Murong Xiong's temper, he would definitely turn hostile on the spot. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang also jumped up. Everyone's gaze immediately converged on him. The situation with Murong Xiong happened again. Qin Feiyang also fell down, but he was prepared in advance. After shaking a few times, he stabilized his body. He wasn't as miserable as Murong Xiong, but his expression was almost the same as Murong Xiong's, full of shock and horror. Everyone was more and more bewildered. Wasn't this too strange? They all wanted to jump up and feel it for themselves, but in the face of this strange atmosphere, they felt a little guilty and didn't dare to take action. Ren Wuxuang looked at Qin Feiyang, frowned and asked, "What's going on?" Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "There's a gravitational force in the air. Once you fly up, the gravitational force will oppress you." Gravitational force. Ren Wuxuang's eyes trembled. He tried to adjust it, and sure enough, there was a gravitational force immediately. With Qin Feiyang and the other two taking the lead, the others finally felt relieved and boldly felt it for themselves. It's nothing. At most, you can't fly. Nothing else is affected. There's no need to make such a fuss. Xu Yang said lightly, glancing at Qin Feiyang with a trace of sarcasm. But the first one to look at Xu Yang was not Qin Feiyang and the others, but Dongfang Wuhan and the other two kings. Their eyes were extremely unfriendly. Seeing this, Xu Yang's face changed, and he asked carefully, "Three senior brothers, did I say something wrong?" However, Dong Zhengyang and the other two didn't look at him. They looked up at the sky, and their hearts were particularly heavy. Qin Feiyang was the same. The situation here was almost the same as above the canyon in the Land of Ruins. Although the gravitational force here was not as terrible as above the canyon, it should be known that with the gravitational force, no one could fly. But now, no one knew where the other side was. If the journey was very long, they didn't know how long it would take to walk there. Not to mention, Wang Hong had said again and again that the future was full of dangers. When they encountered these dangers, they would definitely be restrained. And the most important point was that at the end of the plain was a swamp. This was undoubtedly even more difficult to walk, because no matter what it was, once it fell into the swamp, it would be ruthlessly swallowed by the swamp until it suffocated to death. If there was no solid ground to step on, even entering the death swamp would be a problem. Even if they entered, they would be in a situation where they were treading on thin ice. On the other hand, if they could fly, they wouldn't have to touch the ground, which would be much easier. So, Chapter 557. Dongfang Wuhan retracted his gaze, looked at the plains in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "Everyone be careful, let's go." The group set off once again. After suffering a huge loss, Murong Xiong did not go against Dongfang Wuhan. As for Xu Yang, because of his previous ignorant performance, in everyone's eyes, he was more or less a clown. The plains were unimaginably large. Even after walking until dark, no one could see the shadow of the end. Dongfang Wuhan scanned the front, pointed to a small hill a few hundred meters away, and said, "Let's rest there for the night, and set off tomorrow morning." No one had any objections. When they arrived at the foot of the hill, everyone sat cross-legged on the ground and closed their eyes to recuperate. Dongfang Wuhan walked to the top of the hill and carefully observed his surroundings. Fatso lay on the hill, holding his head with both hands, looking at the blood-red sky, and said, "Don't say, walking for an entire day is really tiring." After saying that, he yawned, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. Qin Feiyang looked at him, and couldn't help but feel helpless. Probably only this guy could sleep right now. However, Qin Feiyang scanned his surroundings. Not only was it impossible to fly here, the essence qi was also very thin. Without enough battle qi pills, it would be difficult to reach the end. Next, he also sat cross-legged beside Fatso, closing his eyes to recuperate. Gradually, the blood sun in the sky set in the west, and a blood moon climbed up. The earth fell into darkness. "Junior brother Qin, can you come up?" Suddenly, Dongfang Wuhan's voice entered Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang opened his eyes, raised his head and looked at Dongfang Wuhan suspiciously, then got up and walked to the top of the hill, smiling faintly. "What's the matter?" Dongfang Wuhan said, "Actually, I know that the real candidate for the captain in the palace lord's heart is you." Qin Feiyang was stunned. What did this person want to say? "Although I rarely show myself and have never come into contact with you, I know everything about you like the back of my hand. I sincerely hope that we can cooperate sincerely and bring everyone to the other side first." Dongfang Wuhan said with a trace of pleading in his eyes. "I'm afraid I don't have that ability. Senior brother Wuhan, instead of trying to convince me, why don't you convince Dong Zhengyang and Murong Xiong? After all, they are all stronger than me. However, if you really encounter trouble, I will definitely not sit idly by." Qin Feiyang smiled. Hearing Qin Feiyang's first two sentences, Dongfang Wuhan was somewhat dissatisfied in his heart. He thought that Qin Feiyang was putting on airs and was unwilling to cooperate. But when he heard the last sentence, he felt much more comfortable. He cupped his hands and smiled, "Then I'll thank junior brother Qin first." Qin Feiyang smiled and was about to turn around and leave. "Junior brother Qin, wait a moment." Dongfang Wuhan's voice sounded again. "Anything else?" Qin Feiyang turned to look at him in confusion. Dongfang Wuhan looked around and said in a low voice, "I feel that this plane is very strange." "Strange?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback. Dongfang Wuhan said, "We haven't encountered any abnormalities along the way. Don't you think this is very strange?" Qin Feiyang had also thought about this question. Logically speaking, it was impossible for the plane to be so calm. After all, this was a place that even Wang Hong and the old man were very afraid of. However, it was true that nothing had happened. So he guessed that the plane might just be a transitional place. Crack. But suddenly, a faint sound came from the distance, as if something had broken out of the ground. Qin Feiyang and Dongfang Wuhan both caught the sound at the first moment, and a trace of surprise appeared on their faces. But the blood mist in front of them was very weak, so they couldn't see it clearly. Qin Feiyang whispered, "Should we inform everyone? We're still not sure what it is. Don't alarm everyone." Dongfang Wuhan shook his head. After pondering for a while, he said, "Junior brother Qin, I'll have to trouble you to help take a look. If there is really something, immediately send a signal." "All right." Qin Feiyang nodded and walked down the hill to wake Fatso up. Then, he whispered a few words in Fatso's ear. Fatso, who had just been woken up, was still in a daze. But when he heard movement, he immediately quivered and his sleepiness disappeared. Then, the two of them walked up the hill. Dongfang Wuhan cupped his hands and said, "I'll have to trouble the two of you. Remember to be careful." The two of them nodded and jumped down, silently lurking in the direction of the sound. After walking for a while, Fatso whispered, "Boss, this Dongfang Wuhan's character is not bad." Qin Feiyang nodded. Although he didn't know Dongfang Wuhan well, at least when he asked for help, his attitude was very polite. Crack. Suddenly, That faint sound rang out again. At first glance, it sounded like someone was gnawing on a bone. Fatso couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. The two of them were especially careful, restraining their auras to the extreme. Not long after, in front of a hill, they entered their line of sight. The sound seemed to come from behind the hill. The two of them climbed up the hill quietly and peeked out to see what was ahead. Suddenly, a look of bewilderment crept up in their eyes. Dozens of meters away from the hill, there was actually a white figure. Although the blood mist that filled the air made the figure somewhat blurry, they could definitely conclude that it was a person. But that's not right. Right now, everyone was on the hill. Before they came, no one had left on their own, and no one had fallen behind during the day. But why was there a person here? Could it be? The two of them looked at each other, and the same thought crept up in their minds at the same time. It must be someone from the other 8 regions. Fatso whispered, "Should we kill him?" Qin Feiyang nodded, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, the two of them, like a sharp arrow, rushed out from the hill and headed straight for the white figure. Swish! The white figure also sensed Qin Feiyang and Fatso, and suddenly turned around to look at them. But just as the person turned around, Qin Feiyang and Fatso suddenly braked and stopped, as if they were seriously frightened, and their faces were ghastly pale. At this moment, they were only about 20 meters away from the person, and could clearly see the person's true appearance. That person's face was completely devoid of flesh and blood, and was completely a skeleton, and in the eye sockets, there were no eyeballs, but 2 blood-red lights, like flames, constantly jumping. Looking at the skeleton face, Fatso's body trembled, and an indescribable fear emerged in his heart. Ghost! Suddenly, he roared in horror, turned around and began to flee. Useless. Qin Feiyang glared at him, then turned to look at the skeleton face, his eyes flashing, and rushed up without hesitation. "Boss, do you want to die?" Seeing this, Fatso immediately stopped and said in shock and anger. Qin Feiyang said without turning his head, "It's not like I've never seen a skeleton, what are you afraid of?" While speaking, he had already rushed to the front of the skeleton. Human. Keek. Roar. The skeleton's mouth opened and closed, making intermittent sounds, as if it was laughing sinisterly, and also as if a fierce beast was growling. The flame in the eye sockets, at the same time, was also glowing with a bloody light, which looked extremely terrifying. The upper and lower jawbones also collided with an ear-piercing sound. Qin Feiyang suddenly realized that this was the source of the sound. "I'd like to see if you're a human or a ghost." His eyes were cold, his 5 fingers clenched into a fist, and he punched the skeleton face. But at the same time, the skeleton also raised its arm, and the hand hidden in the sleeve cage was revealed. It was also a skeletal hand. There was no flesh and blood, only white bones, but on the white bones, there was a layer of blood-red light. This blood-red light gave Qin Feiyang a feeling like the existence of battle qi. He raised his eyebrows, and his fist collided with the skeletal hand without flinching. Boom! Crack! Accompanied by a loud sound, the skeletal hand broke on the spot. The strong wind also tore the clothes on the man's body into pieces in an instant. There was no flesh and blood on its body, and it was just a skeleton. But between the skeleton's lower abdomen, there was also a ball of blood-red flame, which was the size of a palm, flickering with a dazzling light. Damn, what's going on? Bones can still talk and attack people? Fatso, who was standing at the back, was full of disbelief. Keek! Keek! The skeleton let out an ear-piercing sinister laugh again. The hand bone that was broken by Qin Feiyang's punch, at this moment, floated up and connected to the broken place. With a flash of blood-red light, it was restored to its original state in an instant. This time, even Qin Feiyang was shocked. Boom! He punched again, and this time, he increased his strength by a little. That skeleton didn't retreat in the slightest and collided with Qin Feiyang once again. Crack! The skeleton's arm broke again, and it was blasted into pieces. However, the previous situation happened again. No matter how small the pieces were, they automatically floated up and were quickly repaired. It can't be killed. Qin Feiyang was stunned. This seemed to be unreasonable. Crack! At this moment, the surrounding ground began to crack. Qin Feiyang and Fatso glanced at the ground in surprise. Suddenly, one by one, arms stretched out from the soil. Those were also white bones. There are more. Fatso looked at this scene, and his face was pale. Let's go. Qin Feiyang did not stay any longer and turned to rush toward the small hill. Fatso did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly followed. Boom. The two turned around, accompanied by a series of loud sounds, and the ground continued to explode. One by one, skeletons rushed out from the ground. Hee hee. They were all wearing white clothes, some were tattered, and there were also two balls of flames flickering in their eye sockets. As soon as they came out, they let out a creepy grin and chased after Qin Feiyang and Fatso. Is this really the Netherworld? Fatso was very surprised. Is this really the case? Qin Feiyang murmured, his face was quite gloomy. Although the strength of these skeletons was not very strong, it was enough to threaten everyone. Because there was no way to completely crush them. As the two ran, the ground in front of them also exploded, and the soil shot in all directions. Following closely, one by one, skeletons rushed out and blocked in front of them. At the same time, on the left and right side of the ground, there were also groups of skeletons. In a blink of an eye, there were hundreds of skeletons around. Isn't this too much? Fatty was dumbfounded by what he saw. Hee hee. Chapter 558. At the same time, Dongfang Wuhan, who was standing on the hillside, heard the commotion and shouted, "There's a situation. Everyone, get up. What's the situation?" Everyone was shocked and stood up to look at Dongfang Wuhan. Just now, I heard a commotion coming from afar, so I asked Qin Feiyang and Fatso to go and take a look. But now, there are sounds of battle coming from that side. They must have encountered some trouble. Everyone, quickly follow me to support them, Dongfang Wuhan said in a deep voice. Everyone listened carefully. There were indeed sounds of battle. Let's go. Dongfang Wuhan waved his hand and jumped down from the hillside. Wait. But at this moment, Murong Xiong spoke. What's wrong? Dongfang Wuhan stopped and looked at him in confusion. Murong Xiong said, we don't know what's going on over there. If we go rashly, not only will we not be able to save them, we will also be implicated. What do you mean? Are you going to sit back and do nothing? Dongfang Wuhan raised his eyebrows. I didn't say that I don't care. I'm just thinking about everyone's safety. Qin Feiyang and Fatso are both 8-star combat emperors. If we can't even handle them, I'm afraid that most of the people here will die. After all, there are many people here whose cultivation is not as good as them. Murong Xiong said. Ren Wushuang, who was in the crowd, heard Murong Xiong's words and his face was instantly filled with anger. They are going to investigate the situation for everyone. Now that they are in danger, you want to stand back and do nothing. What qualifications do you have to be the king of the inner palace? Ren Wushuang, what I said is the truth. Don't mix it up. If you don't care about everyone's safety and insist on bringing people to save them, I won't stop you. But I believe that not many people will go. Murong Xiong sneered. Senior brother Murong Xiong is right. We can't sacrifice so many of us just to save them. That's right. We'll wait for them here. If they come back alive, it won't be too late for us to ask about the situation. Everyone chimed in. Ren Wushuang asked in a deep voice, what if they don't come back? Murong Xiong said expressionlessly, if they don't come back, it means this place is very dangerous. We have to take a detour and leave this place overnight. The others also nodded in agreement. They didn't even consider the life and death of Qin Feiyang. In their hearts, they probably couldn't wait for the two of them to die. Ren Wushuang looked at everyone's cold expressions and felt very disappointed. She then looked at Dongfang Wuhan and Dong Zhengyang. Dongfang Wuhan glanced at everyone with a trace of anger and helplessness on his face. Seeing Ren Wushuang looking at him, he shook his head and said, as the captain, I can't abandon everyone here for the two of them. Please understand. Dong Zhengyang lowered his head and remained silent. No one knew what he was thinking. All right. If you guys aren't going, I'll go. Ren Wushuang clenched her jade-like hands and coldly swept her gaze over the crowd. Then, She rushed towards Qin Feiyang. I'm going too. And me. Lu Xingchen and Shun Mai quickly followed. But at this moment. Catcher. Boom. All of a sudden, the ground around them exploded, and white figures rushed out from the ground. They were also skeletons. Moreover, their number was even larger than that of Qin Feiyang's side. Seeing those skeletons, the expressions of everyone present suddenly change. Some of the timid people were so scared that their legs went soft. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feiyang, who was fighting with the skeletons, heard the movement coming from the hillside. His face was immediately filled with bewilderment. What was going on? Could it be that skeletons also appeared over there? Fatso anxiously said, "Don't worry about them. Quickly think about how to deal with these damn things." During this period, the two of them used many methods. But in the end, even if they were blasted into ashes, those skeletons could quickly repair themselves and regain their peak strength. They couldn't be killed at all. It's impossible for them to be so tenacious. There must be some weakness. Qin Feiyang calmed his mind and carefully observed while fighting with the skeletons. Suddenly, his gaze was locked on the flames between the sea of qi of the skeletons. These flames were equivalent to the source of power. Could it be that he had to crush these flames? Thinking of this, he used phantom steps and quickly approached a skeleton and punched at the flames. Boom! The flames dissipated on the spot. The skeleton also immediately stopped, like a stone sculpture, lifeless. It really works. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up and he charged towards another skeleton. Seeing this scene, Fatso's spirit was also greatly boosted. But at this moment, the flames that had been scattered actually condensed together again. The lifeless skeleton also immediately returned to normal and charged towards Qin Feiyang. Not working. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Just as he was stunned, the skeleton's bone fingers, like 5 sharp thorns, went straight towards Qin Feiyang's heart. "Boss, be careful," Fatso shouted. Qin Feiyang suddenly quivered, but it was obviously too late to dodge now. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feiyang's body slightly tilted, and the bone fingers sank into his right shoulder. Suddenly, blood spurted. Although injured, at least his heart was saved. Saving his heart was equivalent to saving his life. Blood, I want blood, but when those skeletons saw the blood flowing out of Qin Feiyang, it was as if they had been injected with chicken blood, crazily pouncing towards Qin Feiyang. Even the skeletons around Fatso also pounced towards Qin Feiyang. The flames in their eye sockets jumped rapidly. Although they couldn't see their expressions, Qin Feiyang and Fatso could clearly feel that they were now full of greed and desire. Of the 36 stratagems, escape is the best strategy. "Boss, you hold on, Fatso will go find help." Fatso roared and was ready to slip away. "Bastard, do you still have loyalty? What's more, I'm afraid Dongfang Wuhan and the others can't even protect themselves now. Where can they find help?" Qin Feiyang said angrily. "Can loyalty be used as food?" Fatso pursed his lips. But after saying that, he still rushed towards Qin Feiyang without hesitation. Of course, it was impossible for him to really leave Qin Feiyang and escape alone. Moreover, what Qin Feiyang said also made sense. If skeletons really appeared on the other side of the hill, then Dongfang Wuhan and the others would definitely have no time to spare. It would be a waste of time to go. "All of you, get out of the way for Fat Lord." Fatso roared again and again, his battle chi roaring in all directions. Although he couldn't kill these skeletons, with Fatso's strength, it was no problem to blow them away. Similarly, it was impossible for those skeletons to kill Qin Feiyang. But even so, because the number of skeletons was too large, it was impossible to guard against. When the two gathered together, there were a lot of wounds on their bodies. However, the blood on their bodies made those skeletons even crazier. Fatso said in a low voice, "Boss, we can't go on like this. Sooner or later, we will be exhausted to death by them. Don't panic, there must be a weakness." Qin Feiyang glanced at those skeletons, his face as gloomy as water. Suddenly, he looked at the flames in the eyes of those skeletons again. The skeletons were composed of 3 parts. First, the skeletons themselves. Second, The flames in the sea of vital energy. Third, the flames in the eyes of the skeletons. He had tried both the skeletons themselves and the flames in the sea of vital energy. He couldn't completely kill the skeletons, so only the flames in the eyes were left. Therefore, the weakness of the skeletons was very likely to be here. Whoosh! At the thought of this, he quickly rushed to the front of a skeleton and smashed his fist hard into the left eye of the skeleton. The skull shattered on the spot. The flames in the left eye also dissipated at the same time. Next, he raised his fist again and smashed the cluster of flames in the right eye. Then he fought with the other skeletons while paying attention to the situation of that skeleton. "Is it okay?" Fatso frowned. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice, "If this still doesn't work, then I have no other way." Time passed breath by breath. After dozens of breaths, the skeleton was still lying on the ground. Moreover, the flames in the skeleton's sea of vital energy began to dissipate without any bombardment. Seeing this situation, Qin Feiyang and Li Tianlan were overjoyed. Without a doubt, the flames in the eye sockets were the skeleton's fatal point. Now it's time for Fat Lord to go crazy. Fatso laughed loudly and used the return to one step. He approached a skeleton, reached out both hands, and instantly smashed the flames in the skeleton's eye sockets. Bang! That skeleton directly fell to the ground. When encountering a problem, you really have to be calm. Fatso couldn't help but sigh. If Qin Feiyang wasn't here today, he didn't know how long it would take for him to find the skeleton's weakness. After finding the weakness, with Qin Feiyang and Li Tianlan's strength, these skeletons naturally posed no threat to them. The two were like fierce wolves in a flock of sheep, and in less than 100 breaths, they finished off all the skeletons around them. Damn it, if the tiger doesn't show its power, do you think Fat Lord is a sick cat? Fatso stomped on a skeleton and said fiercely, "Stop talking nonsense and go back to support." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him and turned to rush towards the small hill. On the way, he encountered many skeletons, but they were all easily taken care of by him. "Boss, Fat Lord really doesn't know. What are you in such a hurry for? You have to know that only the first 50 people to enter the Nirvana realm can enter the imperial capital. And this time, there are more than 500 people in our spiritual state alone. If we include the other 8 states, there will be at least 5 or 6,000 people." Fatso said. Qin Feiyang glanced at him and said, "If you want to say something, just say it. Don't beat around the bush. What Fat Lord wants to say is that our enemies are not only the people from the other 8 states, but also the people around us. Although everyone is amiable now, Fat Lord dares to conclude that when we reach the Nirvana realm, there will definitely be a big fight." Fatso sneered. "I know this without you saying it, but after all, there is still a long way to go, and we should try to reduce casualties as much as possible," Qin Feiyang said. Fatso's face twitched, and he said strangely, "Why does it sound like you are using them as cannon fodder? Didn't Dongfang Wuhan and the others also use them as cannon fodder? I guess even the 2 of us are cannon fodder in their eyes. Besides, I reminded them before we set off, but they insisted on coming. Who is to blame?" Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. While they were talking, the 2 were only 100 meters away from the small hill. Although they couldn't see the situation on the small hill, the sound and fluctuations of the battle were enough to indicate that skeletons had indeed appeared. After a few breaths, when they entered the range of the small hill, they saw a group of skeletons, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, surrounding them in the center. The battle was extremely fierce. Everyone had different degrees of injuries on their bodies, and Dongfang Wuhan and the other 2 kings were no exception. Chapter 559. TSK, TSK, TSK. Fatty was speechless as he watched this scene. He seemed to be taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. "Hurry up and save her." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him, then broke into the group of skeletons and went straight to Ren Wushuang. Wherever it passed, the skeletons would fall down in droves. Feiyang. Ren Wushuang, who was fighting with the skeletons, saw Qin Feiyang and was pleasantly surprised. The others also noticed Qin Feiyang. Seeing him in the group of skeletons, they all felt that it was unbelievable. After a few breaths, Qin Feiyang killed all the way to Ren Wushuang and protected her behind him. How did you do it? Ren Wushuang looked at the skeletons that fell to the ground and never got up again. Her charming eyes were wide open and full of surprise. The others also looked at Qin Feiyang, surprised and happy. You don't even know this, you are too stupid. Fatso was disdainful. Everyone stared at him angrily. Is Fat Lord wrong? Boss and I have already found their weakness. You have more than 500 people here, but you still haven't found it. If you are not stupid, then what are you? Fatso sneered again and again, wandering in the group of skeletons. He was also calm. Weakness? Everyone was surprised. Their weakness is the flame in their eye sockets. As long as the flame is dispersed, they will completely die. Qin Feiyang reminded. Is that so? Everyone tried it skeptically. It was indeed effective. At that moment, as if they had been injected with chicken blood, they crazily slaughtered. Ren Wushuang glanced at those people in disgust and whispered, Feiyang, you shouldn't have told them the weakness of the skeletons. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Not long ago, Dongfang Wuhan sensed that you were fighting over there and wanted to bring everyone to support you. But in the end, except for me, Shen Mai, and Lu Xingchen, no one was willing to go. Ren Wushuang told Qin Feiyang about the situation at that time in detail. Fuck. Boss, did you see that? We kindly went to inquire about the situation for them, but they didn't care about our lives. Shameless villains like them are not worthy of our protection. After hearing these things, Fatso was furious. Fatty didn't try to hide what he said. Everyone heard him clearly. Immediately, some people blushed and felt ashamed. There were also people who stared at Fatso. Oh, you still have the face's face. Fat Lord is shameless, but Fat Lord is open and above board. What are you guys like? Gentlemen on the surface, but villains behind. If I had known earlier, Fat Lord would never have let boss care about your life and death. Fatso sneered. Do I need you to care? That's right, don't think too highly of yourself. Without your reminder, we can still find the weakness of these skeletons. Someone immediately retorted. Yo. After all this time, it's us who are meddling in other people's business. Fatso laughed angrily. After helping them, not only did they not say a word of thanks, they even argued that they were in the wrong. It was simply unreasonable. All right. Since you said that we are meddling in other people's business, then we won't care about it in the future. There's no need to fight with them. Qin Feiyang patted Fatso's shoulder. Dochi. Fatso waved his hand and slapped Qin Feiyang's arm away, saying, Fat Lord doesn't have Dochi, he's just very unhappy. Then what do you want? Murong Xiong smashed a few skeletons around him and turned to look at Fatso with an extremely unfriendly gaze. What do you think? Fatso sneered again and again, and said, You're the most fucking shameless. What bullshit, king? I think you're more like a bear. Say it again if you have the guts. Murong Xiong took a step forward and landed in front of Fatso. His gaze was like a knife, extremely sharp. Fatso sneered and said, Don't say it once, you can say it as many times as you want. Murong Xiong, what do you want? If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Murong Xiong's eyes surged with killing intent. His big hand shot out and slapped towards Fatso. You did something wrong, and you don't allow others to say it. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, but his gaze was extremely cold. Whoosh. But at this moment, Dongfang Wuhan rushed over and grabbed Murong Xiong's arm. He said in a deep voice, Am I the captain, or are you the captain? Don't use the captain to scare me. Let go right now, or I'll take care of you too. Murong Xiong shouted, not putting Dongfang Wuhan in his eyes. Is that so? Dongfang Wuhan let go of his hand and said, Commander Wang Hong and City Lord Jiang Chenqing shouldn't have left yet. Do you want us to go back and talk to them now? Murong Xiong's pupils shrank. He looked at Qin Feiyang and sneered, Let me give you a piece of advice. You'd better behave yourselves. Otherwise, the long journey will be long, and anything can happen. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. A blatant threat under the watchful eyes of the crowd? Did he really think he was made of mud? There's no time like the present. Why don't I have a taste of the strength of the king of the inner palace right now? Although the old man and Wang Hong had repeatedly told them to put peace first, there were some people who wouldn't behave if you didn't beat them. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. They didn't even care about the skeletons around them. Because of this, a few people with low cultivation died under the skeleton's bone claws on the spot. Murong Xiong also turned around and looked at Qin Feiyang in astonishment. His eyes were as if he was looking at an idiot. Did he know who he was? Did he know how strong he was? And he actually dared to provoke him? Dongfang Wuhan hurriedly destroyed a few skeletons and said angrily, "There are so many skeletons and you still haven't dealt with them. Can't you two stop?" "It's not that I don't want to stop, it's that he's courting death." Murong Xiong sneered. Qin Feiyang laughed. "Whether he's courting death or not, we'll know after we try. Alright, let me see how much weight you have now." Murong Xiong's 2-meter-tall body trembled, and a terrifying pressure was emitted from him. "Just a one-star battle ancestor?" Qin Feiyang muttered. Hearing this, Murong Xiong immediately burned with anger and said gloomily, "Yes, I'm just a one-star battle ancestor, but I can still kill you without any strength to fight back." Boom. As soon as he finished, Murong Xiong took a step forward, his astonishing aura toppling the mountains and overturning the seas. The surrounding skeletons were all sent flying in an instant. Next, he punched towards Qin Feiyang, his eyes filled with bone-piercing killing intent. They really started fighting. Everyone was bewildered. "Don't worry about them, quickly get rid of these skeletons." Dongfang Wuhan was extremely angry. No matter what, he was still the honorary captain, and he was also the captain personally appointed by the big shots and the old man. Even if he didn't look at the monk's face, he still had to look at the Buddha's face, right? But these two people completely treated him as if he didn't exist. In fact, when the old man chose him as the captain, he had already expected such a thing to happen, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Since he couldn't do anything about it, then he might as well not do anything about it. In any case, the one who would suffer in the end wasn't him, so there was no need to do those thankless things. At the same time, Qin Feiyang also struck out with his palm, and a resplendent golden light gushed out from his palm. Both of them were imposing, not giving in to each other. When the fist and palm collided, a deafening explosion sounded out. Puff. Following that, Murong Xiong spat out a mouthful of blood, and like a meteorite, he fiercely smashed into a hill behind him. With a rumbling sound, the hill shattered, and a deep pit appeared on the ground. What? Everyone was once again dumbstruck. They had thought that the final outcome would be that Qin Feiyang would be sent flying by Murong Xiong's fist. But they never thought that the result would be that Murong Xiong would be sent flying by Qin Feiyang's palm. Everyone knew that Qin Feiyang's talent in alchemy was unparalleled, but who would have thought that his strength was also so powerful? Swish. After sending Murong Xiong flying with a palm, Qin Feiyang used the phantom steps and landed in front of Murong Xiong. Without giving Murong Xiong any chance to counterattack, he stepped on Murong Xiong's chest again. Puff. Murong Xiong was injured once again. The qi and blood in his body were surging, his heart was damaged, and his mouth kept spitting out blood. Immediately after, he looked down at Murong Xiong and said indifferently, "Now tell me, who is the one who doesn't have the strength to fight back? You are only an 8-star war emperor, how can you be so strong?" Murong Xiong looked at him in disbelief. "So what if you are an 8-star war emperor? I have even killed a 2-star war sect before, let alone a little tramp like you. I didn't attack you, the king, in the inner palace because I didn't want to waste my energy on you, nor did I want to find trouble for no reason. Do you really think you are invincible?" Qin Feiyang sneered, his eyes filled with contempt. "When did he kill a 2-star war sect? Why haven't we heard of it?" Hearing this, everyone's hearts were once again set off by stormy waves. Including Lu Xingchen and Ren Wushuang. Fatso also walked to the front of the deep pit, looked at Murong Xiong and said disdainfully, "Actually, we can't be bothered with a clown like you. Unfortunately, you are too insensible and have to come looking for a beating." "I'm a little tramp. I'm a clown." Murong Xiong immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation, and suddenly erupted with an aura that was even more terrifying than before. Are you going to activate your war soul? Qin Feiyang pursed his lips into a sinister sneer. With a wave of his hand, he took out the Chang Shui and directly slashed it towards Murongxiong's neck. Junior brother Qin, please show mercy. Seeing this, Dongfang Wuhan anxiously shouted. It didn't matter if he made a ruckus, but he couldn't kill anyone. Murongxiong was also shocked, and shouted in panic, Junior brother Qin, don't kill me. Qin Feiyang's arm paused, and the ridicule on his face became even stronger. The Chang Shui stopped right above Murongxiong's neck, only half an inch away, and could end his life at any time. The fatty chuckled. Are you scared now? Do you still dare to be arrogant in front of us in the future? I don't dare anymore. Life and self-esteem. Murongxiong did not hesitate to abandon his self-esteem and choose life. Qin Feiyang put away the Chang Shui, jumped over, and landed beside Fatso, and said indifferently, I don't mind you taking revenge on me, but don't play tricks. Yes. Murongxiong nodded again and climbed up in a sorry state, but there was a hint of fierceness in the depths of his eyes. Dongfang Wuhan glanced at Qin Feiyang and said, well, the farce should be over. Quickly help to deal with these skeletons. Murongxiong, did you see that? Senior brother Wuhan's character is so good. You have to learn more from him. As long as you respect others, others will respect you. I really don't understand. They are both kings of the inner hall, but why is the gap so big? Chapter 560. But hearing Fatso's flattering words, Dongfang Wuhan raised his eyebrows without leaving a trace. This damn Fatso obviously did not have good intentions and wanted to drag him down as well. Because with this comparison, Murongxiong would definitely hold a grudge against him. As expected. After Murongxiong jumped out of the deep pit, he immediately looked at Dongfang Wuhan, and an imperceptible cold light flashed past the depths of his eyes. The farce came to an end. Everyone began to work together to deal with the skeletons in front of them. Qin Feiyang and Fatso were not idle either, but at the same time that they were killing the skeletons, they were protecting Ren Wushuang. And since Shun Mai and Ren Wushuang were together, they naturally became the target of their protection. Shun Mai asked curiously, Qin Feiyang, Fatso, you just said that you killed 2 Star War sect, is that true? Of course it's true. Fatso laughed softly, his face full of pride. Shun Mai did not understand, then why is there no news at all? Fatso said, we killed them in another province, of course you wouldn't have received the news. Shun Mai was surprised. Ren Wushuang thought for a while, then frowned, is it the Cloud State? Congratulations, your answer is correct. The one we killed was the commander under the Cloud State's mansion lord. Fatso laughed sinisterly. The two girls looked at each other. They even dared to kill the commander of the Cloud State. These two fellows were truly savage. An hour later, under everyone's efforts, the surrounding skeletons were finally all killed, and the bones on the ground piled up into a mountain. However, the inner palace had also lost quite a few people. There must be more skeletons nearby. Those who are injured, hurry up and heal your wounds. Prepare to fight at any time. Junior brother Qin, junior brother Fatty, your injuries are the lightest. Help me count how many people have died this time. Dongfang Wuhan said. Qin Feiyang and Fatso nodded and quickly walked around the battlefield. Very quickly. They finished counting and walked in front of Dongfang Wuhan. How is it? Dongfang Wuhan asked, looking a little nervous. Fatso replied, more than 60 people. What? So many? Everyone was dumbfounded, unable to accept this terrifying number. One had to know. The plains were just the first stop, and they had already lost almost 1/10 of their people. What about the rest? It was hard to imagine how many people would still be alive when they reached the other side. Now, do you still dare to say that there is no danger here? Dongfang Wuhan glanced at the people behind him, especially Murongxiong, who was fiercely glared at by him. Murongxiong had been fanning the flames all this time, saying that there was no danger here and that there was no need to be so cautious. If they hadn't been bewitched by him and had been more careful, they might have ended up in a different situation. Fatso sneered, Senior Marshal Brother Wuhan, they are courting death. Why are you so angry? Be careful that you don't end up like us, working hard for nothing. Indeed. When Brother Qin was in the inner palace, he had already advised everyone not to come here unless they were 9-star combat emperors. They didn't listen to him, so they can only blame themselves. Lu Xingchen said. What do you mean? A mere 6-star combat emperor, what qualifications do you have to speak? Lu Xingchen, we used to admire you. But now, in our eyes, you are just a cowardly and incompetent trash. That's right, the Lu family was destroyed by Qin Feiyang, but what about you? Humph, not only did you not take revenge for them, you are also trying your best to please Qin Feiyang. To be honest, you are worse than a dog. Because a dog knows loyalty. Wu Yang and the others said angrily. But in the face of such insulting words, Lu Xingchen didn't get angry at all. He smiled faintly and said, okay, I said too much. You guys continue. You should have shut up long ago. Xu Yang smiled disdainfully. You guys shut up too. Dongfang Wuhan shouted, his face full of anger. At this time, they still had the mood to cause internal strife. Seeing that Dongfang Wuhan had flipped out, Xu Yang and the others tactfully shut their mouths. Sigh. Glancing at the crowd, Dongfang Wuhan let out a long sigh. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Junior brother Qin, I have to thank you. If you hadn't pointed out the skeleton's weakness, the casualties would have been even greater. I was just doing my duty. What's more, we are all from the same sect. If I can help, I will do my best to help. Senior brother Wuhan, you don't have to be so polite. Qin Feiyang smiled. If everyone was as sensible as you, wouldn't it be easy for our spiritual state to win? Unfortunately. Sigh. Speaking of this, Dongfang Wuhan couldn't help but sigh deeply. He felt weak physically and mentally. Everyone here was proud and arrogant. Wanting them to obey orders was harder than ascending to the heavens. He was now regretting taking over the position of the captain. Human, race, blood, suddenly. Roars that seemed to have come from hell could be heard intermittently from all directions. Everyone hurriedly looked over and couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle. In the distance, groups of skeletons were like a white wave, surging from all directions. At a glance, it was impossible to count how many there were. Someone said in horror, Senior brother Wuhan, what should we do? Although they knew the weakness of the skeletons, there were too many of them. If this continued, they would be exhausted to death sooner or later. What else can we do? Now we can only kill all the way. Although I don't know how far we are from the end of the plane, I hope everyone must persevere. Dongfang Wuhan shouted. But there was still a sentence that he hid in his heart and didn't say out loud, fearing that it would affect everyone's morale. That was, he hoped that there were no such things in the death swamp. If there were in the death swamp, then it would be completely over. How can we persevere? There is no way to survive. If I had known this would happen, I would have listened to Qin Feiyang's suggestion and not participated in the Battle of the 9 States. But even so, looking at the endless tide of skeletons, many people felt desperate and regretted coming to this place. It's too late to regret now. Fatso sneered secretly. Everyone, cheer up. As long as we work together, there is no hurdle that we can't cross. Now listen to my arrangement. Wait, Wu Yang and Xu Yang, follow me to open the way. Dong Zhengyang, Murong Xiong, you two lead the other 8 and 9-star combat emperors to the left and right sides. Try to protect everyone as much as possible. Junior brother Qin, junior brother Fatty, I'll have to trouble you two to cover the rear. Dongfang Wuhan shouted. No problem. Fatso smiled confidently. Dong Zhengyang also nodded. Murong Xiong didn't dare to oppose Dongfang Wuhan now because it was related to everyone's safety. If he continued to obstruct them, it would definitely arouse public anger. Very good. But I still have to remind everyone, don't fall behind. Let's go. Dongfang Wuhan waved his hand and took the lead to kill the skeletons in front of him. Wu Yang and Xu Yang looked at each other and immediately chased after him, following on his left and right sides. Boom. As they approached, the aura of the three completely erupted. Their battle chi traversed the vast sky and tore open a gap. Kill. The remaining 400 people roared and turned into a torrent, following closely behind the three of them and sprinting forward. Although their strength was relatively weak, in order to survive, they were all unscrupulous. At the same time, the battle on the left and right sides also began. Dong Zhengyang and Murong Xiong each led a dozen people to block the skeletons that surrounded them from both sides. Relatively speaking, Qin Feiyang and Fatso, who were covering the rear, were more relaxed. But it was only easy at the beginning. When everyone went deep into the skeleton tide, many skeletons began to chase from the rear. The pressure was no less than that of Dongfang Wuhan and the other two who were clearing the way in front. If one stood high up in the sky and looked down at this moment, they would definitely see a shocking scene. The ground was full of skeletons, densely packed, like a vast ocean. Qin Feiyang and the others were like a sharp sword, crazily charging forward, leaving behind a ground of bones. Not long after, a series of mournful screams rang out. On the right side, there were more than a dozen skeletons. Taking advantage of Dong Zhengyang and the others' confusion, they rushed into the middle of the crowd. Those disciples quickly pincer attacked and killed them, but in the end, there were still 4 3-star war emperors and 2 4-star war emperors. Their heads were scratched by the skeleton's bone claws and they died on the spot. This scene caused many people to be filled with grief and indignation. Their eyes couldn't help but turn red. Dongfang Wuhan looked back and shouted, "Don't worry about them, let's go." It wasn't that he was heartless, it was because the current situation forced him to. If they stopped to collect their corpses now, it was very likely that more people would die because of this. The most important thing was that in the 9 nether yellow springs, they couldn't ask for help like outside. Here, they were fighting alone. So, anyone who was still alive was extremely precious. They were an indispensable fighting force. Everyone gritted their teeth and moved forward. After the death of those 6 people, everyone was more careful than before. But even so, casualties could happen at any time. Time passed bit by bit. The blood moon gradually set. The blood sun slowly climbed up from the horizon. Now, everyone had a feeling that time was passing very slowly. In just a few hours, it felt like a few centuries had passed. However, they still couldn't see the end of the plain. How far is the end? Wu Yang roared. After a night of fighting, even the 3 kings felt physically and mentally exhausted, let alone the others. Don't be irritable, you must stay calm. Dongfang Wuhan shouted, his gaze was extremely gloomy. If this continued, everyone would be exhausted to death before they died in battle. Fatso glanced at Wu Yang and shouted impatiently, "Why are you talking so much nonsense? Let's go." Wu Yang suddenly turned his head to stare at Fatso and said angrily, "If you have the ability, why don't you come to the front and try? It's really easy for you to say that. Fuck. Are you going to play with us at the back in the future?" Fatso immediately became angry. "Isn't that so?" Wu Yang sneered. In his opinion, the pressure of opening a path at the front was much greater than the pressure of being at the back. Therefore, he was very unhappy with Fatso's attitude. "Alright, since you say so, Fat Lord will fulfill your wish and let you enjoy yourself at the back." Fatso pursed his lips with a trace of ridicule and quickly ran to the front. "Do you think I'm afraid?" Chapter 561. Qin Feiyang couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. Because soon, Wu Yang would know how idiotic his previous thoughts were. Sure enough. In less than 100 breaths, Wu Yang's face darkened. He was shocked to find that the pressure at the back was about the same as at the front. In fact, if one were to make a precise comparison, the pressure at the back was even more than at the front. How was this possible? Wu Yang was unable to accept it. Qin Feiyang said, "If you can't figure it out, look at the ground." Wu Yang looked down and found a lot of blood on the ground. Seeing the blood, he finally understood. After a night of bloody battle, everyone had wounds on their bodies. If there were wounds, they would naturally bleed. Therefore, wherever the team passed, there would be blood on the ground. And these skeletons, upon seeing the blood on the ground, would go crazy and swarm over, crazily chasing after them. Moreover, bringing up the rear was to fight with the skeletons while retreating. This would undoubtedly tie their hands and feet. As for the front, they only needed to charge forward and didn't need to look back at all. This was the reason why the pressure at the back was greater than the front. And the most important point was that there were 3 people clearing the way in front, but only 2 people at the back. Relatively speaking, the front would be a little easier. Therefore, Wu Yang began to regret it. But because of his face, he was too embarrassed to bring it up, so he could only brace himself and hold on. Qin Feiyang shook his head and focused on dealing with the skeletons that were chasing after them. A moment later, just as he was fighting with a dozen or so skeletons, another skeleton quietly lurked behind him, and its bone claws went straight for his back. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and waved his hand, directly shattering the skull of the skeleton and dispersing the flames in its eye sockets. However, the dozen or so skeletons in front of him swarmed forward at the same time. Qin Feiyang hurriedly retreated. However, a skeleton's bone claws grabbed his shoulder. Not only did it tear his clothes, a piece of flesh on his arm was also torn off. The intense pain caused his face to twitch. At the same time, anger surged in his heart. But this anger was not directed at the skeletons, but at Wu Yang. Although Wu Yang was also fighting with the skeletons just now, there were only 3 of them. They could completely free up their hands and help kill the skeleton that had sneaked around him. But Wu Yang didn't notice it at all. If it wasn't for his fast reaction and strong battle consciousness, he would have died to the claws of the skeleton. However, he didn't directly express his dissatisfaction and silently. However, the same thing happened a few more times after that. Wu Yang glared at him furiously. Qin Feiyang bellowed, and no longer paid attention to him. You actually chased him away, Qin Feiyang said, too unconscious. Fighting side by side with him, one word to describe it is tiring. Fat Lord is the same. Just now, Dongfang Wuhan's battle consciousness was barely passable, but that Xu Yang is simply a pig. There were several times when he could have helped, but he just stood there like a fool. If not for the fear of affecting the morale, Fat Lord would have already started scolding. There is an old saying that goes, "Don't be afraid of a godlike opponent, but a pig-like teammate." Fatso shook his head. Xu Yang also has no battle consciousness. Qin Feiyang was stunned and couldn't help but turn his head to look at Dongfang Wuhan. Being with 2 pigs was really hard on him. He also couldn't figure out how these 2 had cultivated to the 8-star war emperor. As time passed, the blood sun finally climbed up from the horizon. Although the light wasn't very bright, it was much brighter than at night. It was also at this moment. The skeletons that came from all directions drilled into the ground. In the blink of an eye, they all disappeared. What's going on? Everyone stopped and looked around in bewilderment. They couldn't even find the shadow of a skeleton. Was this a dream? But the skeletons left on the ground proved that all of this had indeed happened. But why was it like this? Everyone was puzzled. Someone cautiously asked, "Can we rest now?" Dongfang Wuhan scanned the ground around him. Seeing that there were no abnormalities, he hesitated for a moment and said, "No matter what happened, everyone should quickly recuperate." As soon as these words came out, some people immediately sat on the ground, completely ignoring their usual image and gasping for breath. Fat Lord is exhausted. Fatso directly laid on the ground, moaning weakly. Qin Feiyang took out 4 healing pills with 3 patterns. He took one himself and gave the other 3 to Fatso, Ren Wushuang, and Shun Mai. "Thank you." Shun Mai looked at Qin Feiyang gratefully, but she didn't stand on ceremony and directly put it into her mouth. The others around looked at Fatso and the other 2 with envy. The healing pills they took basically didn't have any patterns. The effect was several times worse than the 3 patterned healing pills. The speed of recovery naturally couldn't be compared. And in the current situation, the 3 patterned healing pills were undoubtedly life-saving divine pills. Unfortunately, they could only watch. I thought some people were aloof, but it turns out that they also know how to curry favor with others. Suddenly, a particularly bone-piercing voice of ridicule sounded. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. The person who spoke was Wu Yang. Fatso originally didn't have the strength to speak, but when he heard this, he immediately got up and looked at Wu Yang. "Who are you talking about?" "Who am I talking about?" Everyone knows in their hearts. If it weren't for the fact that Ren Wuxuang is the granddaughter of the mansion master and Shen Mai is the granddaughter of old city lord Shen, would Qin Feiyang give them healing pills? I don't know if you have noticed, but Qin Feiyang has been circling around them all the way. Thinking about it, they both have powerful backgrounds. If you can win their hearts, you can bask in their glory and at least work hard for hundreds of years. Don't deny it, we can actually understand. After all, no matter how talented a person is, if he doesn't have a background, it's impossible to establish a foothold in a place. Wu Yang chuckled, but her face was full of ridicule. Are you done talking? Qin Feiyang stood up and walked towards Wu Yang with a faint smile on his face. What's wrong? Did I hit a sore spot and become angry out of humiliation? Wu Yang sneered and stared at him, not to be outdone. Whatever you say, I have endured you for a long time, and I don't intend to endure it anymore. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Fatso crossed his arms and joked, Fat Lord has never seen someone as unafraid of death as you. You really want to fight? Wu Yang's pupils shrank, and she hurriedly got up and ran behind Dongfang Wuhan. Can't you be more honest? Dongfang Wuhan glared at Wu Yang angrily, then turned to Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, Junior brother Qin, Wu Yang is just joking, don't be so serious. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, why can't I see that he's joking? Senior brother Wuhan, please step aside. Dongfang Wuhan sighed, Junior brother Qin, you can see the current situation. We can't have any more internal strife. For my sake, can you let him go this time? Qin Feiyang shook his head. As long as they didn't provoke him, it didn't matter. But as long as they provoked him, even if the Heavenly Emperor came down, they wouldn't be able to stop him. Fatso laughed and said, Senior brother Wuhan, he was the one who started it first, so even if there is an internal strife, it can't be blamed on us. Then blame me? It seems that it is indeed my fault. It is my incompetence as the captain, and I don't want to be the captain anymore. Let's do it this way. Since the mansion master and Wang Hong are not here, let's choose again. Dongfang Wuhan said, and there was a bit of anger in his tone. In an instant, everyone fell silent. At first, everyone thought that being the captain was a good job, but only when they came here did they realize that being the captain was a two-sided job. Senior brother Wuhan, you are the captain because my grandfather personally appointed you. It's not that easy to get away with it. Ren Wuxuang was the first to break the silence. Junior sister Wuxuang, I also want to be the captain, but as you can see, who is willing to listen to me? Dongfang Wuhan said helplessly. Ren Wuxuang glanced at everyone and looked at Dongfang Wuhan. How about this? When you make the right choice, if everyone doesn't listen, I will tell grandfather when we go back. At that time, you will have to bear the consequences. Of course, there are also those who take the initiative to cause trouble. Ren Wuxuang added with a smile. Everyone's heart trembled. With the mansion master's granddaughter supervising them, they really couldn't do things recklessly in the future. Dongfang Wuhan cupped his hands and said, Thank you for your support, junior sister Wuxuang. Ren Wuxuang smiled and looked at Qin Feiyang. Forget it, there is no need to argue with this kind of person. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at Wu Yang. This is the last time, don't fall into my hands again. After that, he turned and walked towards Ren Wuxuang. Listening to a woman's words is really a disgrace to men. Wu Yang secretly sneered. Seeing this scene, most of the people despised Qin Feiyang in their hearts. When Qin Feiyang arrived in front of Ren Wuxuang frowned and said, Brother, why don't you just directly announce our relationship, so that you won't be laughed at by them? Qin Feiyang said indifferently, There's no need for that. A clown will always be a clown. All right then, Ren Wuxuang nodded. All right, everyone quickly recover from your injuries. Junior brother Qin, Dong Zhengyang, Murong Xiong, Lu Xingchen, come with me, I have something to discuss with you. Dongfang Wuhan instructed everyone and walked towards a small hill not far away. Qin Feiyang and the other three also walked over one after another. After Qin Feiyang left, Shen Mai patted Ren Wuxuang's shoulder and said with a smile, Wuxuang, how do you plan to announce your relationship with Qin Feiyang? Brother and sister, or something else? Ren Wuxuang's white forehead suddenly had a row of black lines, and she said angrily, If you talk nonsense again, we won't be sisters anymore. Did I talk nonsense? What nonsense did I say? I think you are thinking too much. Chapter 562. Beside the small hill. Qin Feiyang, Dongfang Wuhan, Murong Xiong, Lu Xingchen, and Dong Xingyang were gathered together. Lu Xingchen glanced at them and said with a faint smile, "You guys are discussing serious matters. I don't seem to have the qualifications to participate." Dongfang Wuhan looked at Lu Xingchen strangely and asked, "Junior brother Lu, when did you become so modest?" If it was the previous Lu Xingchen, no matter where he went, he would fight for fame and fortune, giving people a strong sense of existence. Even if it was Dong Xingyang and Murong Xiong, Lu Xingchen didn't care about them in the slightest. But now, Lu Xingchen's body seemed to be covered with a veil, making it easy for people to overlook him. Hearing Dongfang Wuhan's words, Lu Xingchen shook his head and said with emotion, "I was too ignorant in the past. If I have offended you, please forgive me." Dong Zhengyang and Murong Xiong looked at each other. What was this person up to? Although Lu Xingchen had repeatedly said that it was because he had died once and now looked at everything lightly, they always felt that it wasn't that simple. But now, Lu Xingchen was like a mystery, making it difficult for people to see through him. Junior brother Lu can have the current awareness, it can be seen that his temperament has changed. Don't mention the past. Now, I've called everyone here to discuss the current situation. Before that, I would like to solemnly apologize to junior brother Qin. I was really helpless to protect Wu Yang and Dong Zhengyang. I hope junior brother Qin can forgive me. Dongfang Wuhan cupped his hands and said, "I'm fine. But vermin will always be vermin. In extraordinary times, it's best to use extraordinary means to avoid dragging everyone down." Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. Dongfang Wuhan nodded and said, "Junior brother Qin is right. If they dare to cause trouble again, I will not let them off easily." Murong Xiong looked at them and said impatiently, "Okay, enough with the pleasantries, let's get down to business." "All right, let's talk business. I did a rough calculation just now. From last night until now, more than 50 of our men have been sacrificed. Including the people who died at the beginning, we now have more than 100 brothers and sisters who have died in the 9 underworlds. I believe everyone is well aware of what this means." Dongfang Wuhan said solemnly. Qin Feiyang and the other 3 nodded. Before they even entered the death swamp, more than 100 people had already died. The danger here was seriously beyond their expectations. Dong Xingyang suddenly said, "Actually, it's nothing. Anyway, they're just cannon fodder. They don't have much value." This was the first time he had spoken, but regardless of whether it was his words or his expression, they were filled with indifference. Qin Feiyang and the others couldn't help but look at Dong Xingyang. "What is it? Am I wrong? Didn't you go through so much trouble to protect them because you wanted them to scout ahead at the critical moment? Since they are scouting the way, what's the difference between them and cannon fodder?" Dong Xingyang sneered. Dongfang Wuhan shook his head and said, "Dong Xingyang, I don't agree with this. I sincerely hope that everyone can go back alive. That's a bit hypocritical. There are only 50 places to enter the imperial capital. Not to mention the other 8 states, even our spiritual state is not enough. If everyone goes back alive, who will get these 50 places?" Dong Xingyang said. "There are always ways to work around it. What's more, I believe that everyone here is a reasonable person. If we protect them to survive, they will definitely know how to be grateful and take the initiative to withdraw and not compete with us." Dongfang Wuhan smiled. "Grateful?" Dong Zhengyang didn't say anything more, but there was a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. "In fact, there's no need to discuss this topic now. Because we don't know what's ahead. It's possible that we will die here, let alone protect them." Murong Xiong said lightly. Qin Feiyang nodded. This was the truth. He wondered, "Senior brother Wuhan, what's your plan for calling us here? If I had a plan, I wouldn't have asked you to discuss it." Dongfang Wuhan smiled bitterly. Several people couldn't help but frown and ponder. After a few breaths, Lu Xingchen said, "In fact, from last night until now, our casualties can be reduced." "What do you mean?" Dongfang Wuhan looked at him expectantly. Lu Xingchen stretched out 2 fingers and said, "One word, tacit understanding." Last night, when we were on the road, I had been observing. I found that when we were fighting with the skeletons, although everyone was facing a common enemy, we didn't really relax our vigilance against each other. This caused a serious lack of tacit understanding. If everyone can put down the grudges in their hearts and truly unite, I dare say that the casualties will definitely not be so many. Lu Xingchen said. Dongfang Wuhan immediately gave a thumbs up and said with a smile, "Junior brother Lu really has a sharp eye, hitting the nail on the head. That's right. Now our enemy is not those skeletons, but ourselves. As long as we completely relax our vigilance and unite, we will definitely be able to survive this disaster. What do you think?" Dongfang Wuhan looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two. Murong Xiong and Dong Xingyang immediately raised the corners of their mouths and sneered. Although Qin Feiyang didn't make it so obvious, he didn't think that everyone could do it. Because everyone had selfishness in their hearts, it could be said that it was harder than ascending to the heavens to achieve unity. I think there is one more thing to add. That is combat awareness. I remember that when Wu Yang went to the rear to cover Brother Qin's retreat, Brother Qin was attacked by the skeletons several times. Wu Yang could actually free up his hands to help, but he didn't notice. It may seem like a small matter, but in fact, it is related to the other party's life and trust. Who would be willing to fight side by side with such a person? Lu Xingchen said again. Hearing these words, Dongfang Wuhan and the other two suddenly realized that this was the reason why Qin Feiyang dared to take Wu Yang away. To be honest, not only Wu Yang, but also Xu Yang and many other people, their combat awareness is not very good. This is also another reason for the heavy casualties. Dongfang Wuhan said. For the whole night, he and Wu Yang had been clearing the path in front, so he had a deeper understanding than the others. How about this? We rearrange. According to my observation, Shenlong and Jiang Wei's combat awareness is not bad, and they are both 9-star combat emperors. Let them cover the rear or clear the path? Lu Xingchen suggested. Dong Xingyang immediately said, "No, if they leave, won't we lose a big help on our left and right?" "I don't agree," Murong Xiong said. Shenlong and Jiang Wei originally followed them to block the left and right sides. And after this night of fighting, they also realized how important it was to have a teammate with combat awareness. So they didn't want to let go. Dongfang Wuhan pondered for a moment and nodded, "I think so, but Dong Xingyang and Murong Xiong's concerns are not bad. If Shenlong and Jiang Wei are transferred away, the combat power on both sides will indeed decrease a lot, so I have decided to let Xu Yang and Wu Yang exchange positions with them." Dongfang Wuhan, what do you mean? Leaving these two trash to us, isn't it just giving us trouble? Dong Zhengyang and Wu Yang said angrily. Trash. Qin Feiyang's face twitched. No matter how bad Xu Yang and Wu Yang were, they were still 8-star combat emperors. I also know that this is a bit unfair to you. But there are more people on both sides. Xu Yang and Wu Yang's strength is not bad, they can help each other. But there are only 2 or 3 people in front and behind, so we need elites. I hope you two understand. Dongfang Wuhan cupped his hands and said, his face was full of pleading. Dong Zhengyang and Wu Yang had no choice but to nod and let them go. Because Ren Wushuang had said that when Dongfang Wuhan made the right choice, everyone must obey. And now, Dongfang Wuhan's arrangement was indeed beneficial to everyone. Seeing that the two agreed, Dongfang Wuhan was also beaming with joy. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, I will have to trouble junior brother Qin and junior brother Fatty. Qin Feiyang nodded. After a detailed discussion, the few of them returned to their resting place and told everyone about the results of the discussion. I object. Why should we be swapped with Jiang Wei and Wu Yang? Wu Yang and Xu Yang immediately stood up to protest. Fatso said disdainfully, it's obviously because you guys are dragging us down. You can't even think of this, what an idiot. Damn Fatso, who are you dragging us down? Say it again if you have the guts. The two of them were immediately enraged. Seeing this, the faces of Qin Feiyang and the others couldn't help but twitch. It was fine as long as he knew it in his heart, why did he have to say it so bluntly? Cough cough. Dongfang Wuhan clenched his fist and coughed a few times. He looked at Wu Yang and said, don't listen to junior brother Fatty's nonsense. We have considered all the factors in this arrangement. Don't take us for fools. Wu Yang snorted. Ren Wuxuang asked with a smile, so, you are not going to obey the arrangement? Wu Yang was about to fly into a rage, but when she saw the smile on Ren Wuxuang's face, she swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth and said, I obey. I also obey. Xu Yang also nodded. But in their hearts, they were extremely aggrieved and angry. Because even a fool could see that they were now like annoying rubber balls covered in feces that were being kicked around by others. Fatso walked up to the two of them, patted their shoulders, and sighed. Actually, we don't mean to look down on you. We just hope that in this way, we can inspire your fighting spirit and make you work hard. Get lost. Xu Yang and Wu Yang could no longer hold back the anger in their hearts. They roared hysterically, and their facial features were distorted. Fatso rubbed his ears, looked at the two of them in disappointment, and shook his head. You really can't be taught. All right. It's not easy for everyone to be at peace. Don't make trouble again. Hurry up and rest. We will continue our journey in half an hour. Dongfang Wuhan helplessly looked at Fatso, and then ordered. He sat cross-legged on the ground and began to heal his injuries. But Qin Feiyang did not heal his injuries. He lowered his head and scanned the ground, his brows tightly knitted together. Fatso suspiciously walked to his side and asked, Boss, what are you looking at? I remember that last night, after the blood sun fell and the blood moon rose, these skeletons appeared. And today, as soon as the blood sun appeared, they drilled into the ground. I'm thinking, is there any connection between them? Chapter 563. I'm also wondering if the appearance of skeleton has something to do with the blood moon and the blood sun. Lu Xingchen walked over at this time. Qin Feiyang turned to Lu Xingchen and said with a smile, Brother Lu should have grasped the shortcomings of everyone here last night. Lu Xingchen did not answer. He said, Can I have a word with you? Why can't I? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The three of them walked to the side and stood side by side on a hillside, looking into the distance. You guys dealt with skeleton last night, and we had nothing to do, so we might as well take a look. After all, there's a good saying that only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win 100 battles. Lu Xingchen said with a smile. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and shook his head. You really don't hide it at all. Is there a need to hide it? I think I know what everyone is thinking. I'm not like some people who say nice things on the surface but are actually darker than anyone else. Lu Xingchen said. You're talking about us? Fatso's face darkened. Whether I'm talking about you or not, you can think about it carefully. Lu Xingchen said meaningfully and immediately changed the topic. He asked with a smile, Brother Qin, what do you think about our cooperation? How? Qin Feiyang said. Lu Xingchen's eyes flashed. He said, let's go to the other side and enter the capital together. Even if it's just me and boss, we're confident that we can reach the other side. Why should we cooperate with you? What can we get in return? Fatso said disdainfully. Indeed, with Brother Qin's brain and means, you have a greater chance of reaching the other side than anyone else. But I want to ask you too, if Dongfang Wuhan, Murong Xiong, and Dong Xingyang join forces, do you still have confidence? Lu Xingchen said. Fatso frowned. We don't have confidence. Do you? Who knows? Lu Xingchen shrugged. He neither admitted nor denied it, making it hard for anyone to guess. Qin Feiyang looked deeply at Lu Xingchen. He lowered his head and muttered to himself for a moment. Then, he nodded and said, All right, I agree to work with you. I knew that Brother Qin was a far-sighted person. I wish us a pleasant cooperation. After Lu Xingchen finished speaking, he returned to the camp. Fatso frowned and asked in confusion, Boss, what does he mean? Qin Feiyang said, if I'm not wrong, the person he's talking about should be Dongfang Wuhan. It can't be. Are you sure Lu Xingchen isn't trying to sow discord? Fatso immediately expressed his doubts. All along, Dongfang Wuhan's performance had been that of an upright gentleman. How could his heart be dark? You can't judge a book by its cover. It's never wrong to take precautions. Qin Feiyang said. If it was really Dongfang Wuhan, then it could only be said that this person was too good at pretending. Half an hour passed quickly. Under the leadership of Dongfang Wuhan, everyone rushed to the end of the plain at top speed. Along the way, they didn't encounter a single skeleton. Unknowingly, the blood sun set in the west, and the blood moon slowly rose. At this moment, Lu Xingchen came to Qin Feiyang's side and said, "It's best to advise Dongfang Wuhan to let everyone take a rest first." Qin Feiyang looked up at the blood moon in the sky. The blood moon hadn't risen yet, and only a little outline could be seen. Qin Feiyang nodded. "I also have the same idea. Let's go." The two quickly caught up with Dongfang Wuhan. Qin Feiyang said, "Senior brother Wuhan, let everyone rest here." "Why?" Dongfang Wuhan was puzzled. Now that there were no skeletons, it was a good opportunity to hurry. Lu Xingchen said, "We suspect that the appearance of the skeletons is related to the blood moon." "You mean, once the blood moon rises, skeletons will appear?" Dongfang Wuhan was surprised. "Yes. Although it's just a guess, it's not a bad idea." Lu Xingchen nodded. Everyone had been rushing for a whole day. Whether it was physically or mentally, they were exhausted. If skeletons appeared at this time, it might be a disaster for everyone. Therefore, they must rest and face those skeletons in their peak state. "I don't think so. According to my guess, the skeletons should be just a test. I think everyone knows that tests usually only appear once. We passed the test last night, so the skeletons won't appear again." Murong Xiong stepped forward and said, "Since it's all a guess, to be fair, I agree with senior brother Murong Xiong." "I agree too. There's no need to stop and rest. It's a waste of time." The people behind him also expressed their opinions. Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen looked at each other and couldn't help but frown. Lu Xingchen glanced at everyone and said, "Are you sure you don't want to rest? What are you afraid of? Even if skeletons appear, we can deal with them in our current state," someone said with dissatisfaction. Lu Xingchen frowned and looked directly at Dongfang Wuhan. Dongfang Wuhan looked around and said to Lu Xingchen, "Sorry, I respect everyone's opinion." "Okay, up to you." After Lu Xingchen said this, he returned to the crowd and looked around vigilantly. Qin Feiyang didn't say anything else and quickly returned to Ren Wuxuang, Fatso, and Shenmai's side. He immediately took out 4 battle chi pills and healing pills. "Take them quickly. I have a hunch that skeletons will appear later." Qin Feiyang handed them to the 3 with a gloomy face. The 3 didn't hesitate and put a battle chi pill and healing pill into their mouths. Fatso immediately sneered, "These people really don't know what's good for them. Although they are all geniuses of the spiritual state, they rarely go out to train. Whether it's crisis awareness or survival experience, they can't compare to you." Ren Wuxuang sighed. "Everyone, hurry up. Before dawn, we should be able to reach the end of the plain." Dongfang Wuhan shouted from the front. "It's not that simple." Lu Xingchen in the crowd muttered. Crack. Suddenly, a faint sound entered everyone's ears. "Are they here?" Qin Feiyang's heart trembled as he looked up at the sky. The blood moon had already risen. Crack. Immediately after, the ground around them, including the ground under their feet, exploded. White shadows rushed out from the ground. If they weren't skeletons, then what were they? A few skeletons also rushed out from under Qin Feiyang and the others. "Be careful." Qin Feiyang shouted in a low voice and moved like lightning, quickly shattering the skulls of those skeletons and the flames in their eye sockets. At the same time, Lu Xingchen also fought with the skeletons. The 2 of them were already prepared, so they launched a counterattack at the first moment. But the others who believed that the skeletons wouldn't appear again couldn't react in time. "Ah, save me." A series of screams and cries for help suddenly resounded through the night sky. Those skeletons were like hungry wolves, rushing out from the ground and crazily slaughtering. The world was filled with their sinister laughter. In the blink of an eye, 50 to 60 people's blood splattered on the spot. The most terrible thing was that due to the previous sloppiness, everyone didn't maintain a formation. It could be said that they were like a sheet of loose sand. "What are you all doing? Quickly fight back." Dongfang Wuhan heard the screams and immediately came back to his senses. While roaring, he attacked the skeletons in the crowd. There really were skeletons. If he had known earlier, he would have listened to Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen's suggestion. Now, it wouldn't be a mess. Bastard, go to hell. Murong Xiong also angrily attacked those skeletons. His face and ears were red. Because this time, he was the one who advocated not to rest. He thought that he could turn the tables, but who would have thought that Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen were right? Skeletons appeared again. This was undoubtedly an invisible slap that ruthlessly slapped him in the face. Right now, he felt like he was a clown jumping around, unbearable to the extreme. Therefore, he vented all the shame and anger in his heart on those skeletons. Bang! Crack! After a few breaths, when everyone hurriedly got rid of the skeletons in the crowd, more than a dozen people died on the spot. However, at the same time, the skeletons around also surrounded them. It was like an endless ocean, causing people to tremble in fear. Don't panic. Quickly get into formation. Dongfang Wuhan roared and quickly rushed to the front with two young men, blocking the skeletons coming from the front. Murong Xiong and Dong Xingyang also brought people and rushed to the left and right sides. Sister, follow me. Qin Feiyang reminded and quickly rushed to the rear with Fatso. Dozens of breaths passed. Only then did the formation stabilize. During this period, there were undoubtedly people who died tragically. Senior Wuhan, what should we do? Everyone panicked. Damn it. Dongfang Wuhan was extremely angry. While fighting with the skeletons, he roared without looking back. Junior brother Qin, junior brother Lu, according to your guess, when will the skeletons disappear? The blood sun will rise. Lu Xingchen said. What? It will take a whole night. After a day of continuous travel, everyone's condition is not very good. How can we hold on until then? Everyone's face was suddenly full of despair. Humph. Who was the one who boasted shamelessly that he could handle it? Why are you shouting now? Fat Lord can only say that you deserve it. Fatso snorted coldly. He had already advised them, but who would listen to him? Now they were afraid. Unfortunately, it was too late. Senior brother Qin, senior brother Lu, we know we were wrong. We shouldn't have listened to Murong Xiong's slanderous words. Please, can you think of a way? Someone in the crowd pleaded. Hearing this, Murong Xiong, who was already ashamed, wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Fatso smashed a skeleton with a punch and said, Boss, Fat Lord won't allow you to meddle in other people's business. I don't intend to meddle in it either. Qin Feiyang shrugged his shoulders and focused on dealing with the skeletons. As for the pleas of those people, he pretended not to hear them. Lu Xingchen didn't care either. Both of them were very angry. What were you doing earlier? Now you know how to ask for help. There was no such good thing in the world. If you make a wrong decision, you have to pay the price. Seeing that the two of them were indifferent, everyone's expression was distressed and their hearts were filled with helplessness. Dongfang Wuhan also turned to look at Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen, frowning. You two, we were indeed in the wrong before, but it has already happened. Why are you still so calculative? Lu Xingchen shook his head and sighed. It's not that we don't want to help, it's that we can't help. Aren't you all top-grade alchemists? Can't you contribute a little bit of your top-grade pills? Chapter 564. Lu Xingchen said, I'm sorry, I didn't prepare too many pills in advance. I may not even have enough for myself. Me too. Qin Feiyang nodded. It wasn't that he was reluctant, but he just wanted to force Dongfang Wuhan to see if this person was a gentleman or not. Let's not talk about junior brother Lu, but junior brother Qin, don't you have your own alchemy fire? You can refine it at any time. Dongfang Wuhan was quite angry. It's true that I have an alchemy fire, but I don't have any herbs. Qin Feiyang said. Dongfang Wuhan fell silent. Senior brother Wuhan, let's not talk about us first. Aren't you a top-grade alchemist yourself? As far as I know, you seem to have your own alchemy fire too. You can be generous and give everyone some healing pills first. After tonight, we'll slowly think of a way. Lu Xingchen said. To be honest, I didn't prepare much. Dongfang Wuhan sighed deeply, but then his eyes were firm. But as long as I can help everyone get through tonight, I'm willing to contribute all the pills I have. Senior brother Wuhan is truly righteous. He's not like some people who are selfish. Wu Yang immediately complimented, and at the same time, mocked Qin Feiyang and Qin Yu. But the two didn't take it to heart. Shun San, come here. Dongfang Wuhan shouted to the crowd. Immediately, a skinny, yellow-skinned, shifty-eyed man ran in front of Dongfang Wuhan. You guys block them first. Dongfang Wuhan said to Shenlong and Jiang Wei, then took out his Chenkuan bag and began to organize it. After a while, he handed a Chenkuan bag to Shun San and said solemnly, pay attention to everyone's situation carefully. As long as someone is injured, immediately send the pills to them. Okay. Shun San nodded, took the Chenkuan bag and entered the crowd. Please believe me, I will definitely lead everyone out of this plane. Let's go. Dongfang Wuhan waved his hand, and hundreds of people suddenly turned into a torrent and rushed forward. Fatso whispered, Boss, I don't think this Dongfang Wuhan is pretending. Whether he is pretending or not, we can't make a conclusion too early. At this moment, Lu Xingchen came to their side and chuckled as he spoke. He then helped Qin Feiyang to cover their retreat. Fatso frowned and said, Lu Xingchen, tell us the truth. Why are you trying to sow discord? Lu Xingchen was stunned. Brother Fatty, are you so sure that I'm trying to drive a wedge between you two? Fatso said, Fat Lord is not sure, but Dongfang Wuhan's performance is indeed that of a gentleman. Really? Lu Xingchen smiled disapprovingly, but then said, but from the beginning to the end, I don't think I said that Dongfang Wuhan was a villain. Fatso frowned. What did he mean? Could it be that they had guessed wrongly? The person Lu Xingchen was talking about wasn't Dongfang Wuhan? But if it wasn't Dongfang Wuhan, who could it be? Fatso felt that his head was about to explode. This Lu Xingchen was too difficult to guess. Qin Feiyang, who had not spoken from beginning to end, suddenly asked in a low voice, Brother Lu, did you just say that Dongfang Wuhan has an alchemy fire? That's right. It is said that he got it when he was training, but no one knows the details. There are not many people who know that he has an alchemy fire. I also heard it from Grandpa Ren when I was chatting with him. Lu Xingchen nodded. What grade of alchemy fire? Qin Feiyang said. Lu Xingchen shook his head and said, this question, except for him, no one knows. Fatso said, Boss, don't think about it. Even if he has an alchemy fire, it can't be a 5th grade one. He thought that Qin Feiyang was thinking about Dongfang Wuhan's alchemy fire again. Because now, the netherworld demonic flame needed to devour a 5th grade alchemy fire to reach the 6th grade. But in fact, Qin Feiyang did not have this idea at all. He was just thinking that since Dongfang Wuhan had an alchemy fire, why did he say that he did not have many pills? He could refine pills here. Dongfang Wuhan said this. Could it be that he was trying to win everyone's favor? Of course. As a nominal captain, it was understandable that he wanted to win everyone's favor. Because as long as he got everyone's favor, everyone would slowly take him as the backbone and listen to his orders. But if this was the case, then this person was indeed a bit hypocritical. Because he could directly take out pills to save everyone, and everyone would definitely be grateful to him. There was no need to say things like I didn't prepare much. It seemed that this person really needed to be paid attention to. Look, what is that? Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Everyone looked over, and a trace of surprise crept up in their eyes. 20 or 30 meters to the left, there was a 10-meter-high hill, and at the top of the hill, there was a broadsword. Half of the broadsword was in the soil, and only the upper half could be seen. On the hilt, there was a black skull engraved, surrounded by a bloody mist, which looked a bit scary. The blade was 5 fingers wide, and the surface was rusty, but Qin Feiyang and the others, who were dozens of meters away, could feel an amazing sharpness. The most important thing was that the skeletons that were rushing towards them would take the initiative to avoid the hill when passing by. It seemed. That was the Holy Land in their eyes. I remember Commander Wang Hong said that there are a lot of treasures here. Is that sword also a treasure? Someone raised this question. As soon as this remark came out, everyone couldn't help but stop, and a strong greed crept up in their eyes. I think it's best to ignore it. Because we don't know whether that sword is auspicious or ominous. And now, we are already in danger. If something unexpected happens, I'm afraid the consequences will be unimaginable. Lu Xingchen said. What a joke. Why did we come to the Netherworld? Isn't it to enter the imperial capital and get some treasures on the way? Now that we finally encountered a treasure, how can we not take it? If you don't want it, I want it. Murong Xiong smiled coldly, and left the team without permission, broke into the group of skeletons, and rushed towards the hill. Why won't you listen to my advice? Lu Xingchen sighed, his face full of helplessness. Whether it's auspicious or ominous, we can't leave Murong Xiong alone. Let's go and take a look. Dongfang Wuhan waved his hand, and the team immediately turned around and rushed towards the hill. Qin Feiyang glanced at the sword, turned to Lu Xingchen, and frowned. Do you know what that is? I don't know, but I have a bad premonition. Lu Xingchen shook his head, and there was a trace of worry in his expression. Ominous. Qin Feiyang narrowed his eyes slightly. Although there were countless skeletons blocking the way, the team quickly arrived at the bottom of the hill with a distance of 20 to 30 meters. Murong Xiong arrived first, and his eyes were full of fanaticism and greed. He jumped up without hesitation, grabbed the hilt, and pulled with force. Clang. Accompanied by a loud ear-piercing sound, the sword broke out of the ground. The lower half was also covered in rust. But between the rust, there was a wisp of cold black light. Slash. Murong Xiong grabbed the sword and slashed in the air. A black sword shadow suddenly broke through the air, and slashed into the group of skeletons. An astonishing scene appeared. Wherever the sword shadow passed, the skeletons were like dead wood, and turned into ashes, leaving no remains behind. Good sword. Seeing this scene, Murong Xiong suddenly became excited. The eyes of the other people below also lit up. Although the sword is good, it's not something ants like you are qualified to use. However, at this moment, a bone-chilling voice, like a demon from hell, suddenly reverberated in this place. Who? Everyone turned pale with fright. Boom. The next moment, the hill under Murong Xiong's feet suddenly exploded. Dust and smoke billowed in all directions. Murong Xiong's expression changed, and he hurriedly jumped down. Qin Feiyang and the others also retreated, and their eyes were fixed on the dust and smoke in front of them. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black figure rushed out from the dust and stood in front of everyone. Seeing the black figure's true face, everyone present turned pale with fright. Because it was also a skeleton. But the difference was that the skeleton's bones were all black, as if they were soaked in ink. Moreover, its aura was very strong. If measured by humans' cultivation level, it was definitely not lower than a 9-star combat emperor. So it's just a dead thing, and you dare to come out and cause trouble. Now, I will completely destroy your soul. Murong Xiong's body shook, and the aura of a combat master emerged. At the same time, he raised his sword and slashed at the black skeleton in the air. My sword, what right do you have to use it? The black skeleton was disdainful, and its bone claws stretched out. The battle sword in Murong Xiong's hand suddenly trembled, and it broke Murong Xiong's big hand, then flew out of his hand and flew towards the black skeleton. How is this possible? Murong Xiong was dumbstruck. This battle sword, does it have a sword spirit? Clang. When the battle sword fell into the black skeleton's hand, it immediately began to buzz and tremble, and the rust on it trembled and continuously fell off. Not long after, a black shining battle sword appeared in front of everyone's eyes. On the blade, there was no trace of rust. The shocking sharpness was earth-shattering, and it instantly drowned everyone. At this moment, everyone felt as if there were countless sharp blades strangling towards them. Their clothes were torn, and their skin was burning with pain. Sure enough, it confirmed my premonition. Lu Xingchen whispered. The black skeleton lowered its head, and the flames in its eye sockets flickered, as if it was examining the battle sword. Its bone fingers were also stroking the blade gently, as if it was stroking its own child. You have disturbed my meditation. Today, all of you will die. Suddenly, the black skeleton raised its head, and the two balls of flames in its eye sockets were crazily jumping. A shocking murderous aura, with it as the center, rolled in all directions. Following closely, it raised its battle sword high and slashed down. A black sword shadow whizzed out, slashing towards Qin Feiyang and the others. It's all because of greed. Qin Feiyang let out a long sigh and shouted, "Everyone, let's go." The team immediately turned around. Qin Feiyang and Fatso, who were originally at the back, turned to open the way. Dongfang Wuhan and the other two, who were originally at the front, turned to the back at this moment. Hundreds of people didn't dare to hold back. While fighting with the white skeleton, they frantically fled this place. However, the sword shadow was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it was above the crowd. Ren Wushuang shouted, "Murong Xiong, you're the one who caused this trouble. Why aren't you making a move? Damn it." Murong Xiong cursed inwardly, his face ashen. This was already the third time. He didn't even know how to face everyone in the future. Boom. He attacked furiously. His battle chi turned into a torrent that went against the flow and blasted towards the black sword shadow. But in the end, both jade and stone were destroyed. How is this possible? Murong Xiong found it hard to accept this fact. He was a one-star battle ancestor, and he had used his full strength. No matter how strong his battle sword was, it couldn't be this strong. "You can block it. No wonder you dared to snatch my sword. But if you think that's it, then you're wrong." The black skeleton laughed mockingly. The battle sword in its hand shone brightly. At the same time, an even stronger aura than before rushed out from the black skeleton's body and swept through the sky. Battle ancestor. Everyone's bodies and minds trembled. This skeleton actually had the cultivation of a battle ancestor. Qin Feiyang, Fatso, Lu Xingchen, can you guys go faster? Someone couldn't help but shout in fear. Fuck. I told you not to go earlier, but you insisted on going. Now, you're scolding us instead. Fat Lord really admires you pigs. If you think it's too slow, then do it yourself. Fatso said angrily. Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen were also holding back their anger. Escape. The black skeleton took a step forward with a threatening aura, but it followed behind the crowd at a leisurely pace. What does it want to do? Everyone was bewildered. Are you guys really pigs? Can't you see that it wants to slowly torture us? Fatso roared. Dongfang Wuhan said in a deep voice, "Murong Xiong, go and kill it." "Why should it be me?" Murong Xiong frowned. The battle sword already made him fearful, not to mention a skeleton with the cultivation of a battle ancestor. Dongfang Wuhan roared, "Nonsense. This matter started because of you. Shouldn't you go and deal with the aftermath? If you don't go, even if you can reach the other side, don't even think about entering the imperial capital." Ren Wushuang also said. In other words, he wanted to tell the old man that he was disqualified from entering the imperial capital. "All right. You guys are ruthless." Murong Xiong gloomily glanced at the two of them, then turned around and charged towards the black skeleton. Dongfang Wuhan frowned and said loudly, "Junior brother Qin, junior brother Lu, Dong Xingyang, I really can't be at ease. I'll leave everyone to you guys to take care of. I'll go and help him." Finished. Dongfang Wuhan resolutely turned around and chased after Murong Xiong, charging towards the black skeleton together. Boom. Kacha. Clang. The sound of battle rang out one after another. However, no one turned around and fled frantically. Several hundred breaths passed. Qin Feiyang and his group arrived in front of a valley. The valley wasn't big, surrounded by mountains on all sides. There was only one narrow entrance, and there were many skeletons inside. Everyone immediately charged in. After clearing out the skeletons, Qin Feiyang said, 8-star War Emperor and 9-star War Emperor, go and block the entrance immediately. Don't let the skeletons in. Yes. More than a dozen people responded and immediately rushed towards the entrance, forcibly blocking the skeletons that were chasing them outside. Qin Feiyang looked at the situation at the entrance, raised his head to look at the mountain peaks on all sides of the valley, and then looked at Dong Xingyang and said, "Dong Xingyang, you stay here in case of any accidents." Dong Xingyang frowned. He didn't like Qin Feiyang giving him orders, but for the sake of the overall situation, he nodded. Qin Feiyang then looked at Lu Xingchen and Fatso, and said, "Let's go up and take a look." Chapter 565. The three of them stood at the top of the mountain and scanned the valley. Apart from the front entrance, There were not many skeletons in the other 3 directions of the valley. And they did not climb towards the top of the mountain. As long as they could block the entrance and stay in the valley, they would be safe for the time being. Boom. Crack. The sound of battle in the distance was endless. Qin Feiyang looked up. It was night, and with the blood mist blocking his vision, he could not see the situation over there clearly. Lu Xingchen said with a smile, "Brother Qin, with your methods, you should be able to deal with that skeleton. Aren't you talking nonsense? With boss's strength, not to mention 1, even 2 more won't be a problem." Fatso said proudly. "Are you exaggerating?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and shook his head. The strength of the black skeleton cannot be underestimated because it has an immortal body. But I have some confidence in dealing with it. Aren't you also immortal? Fatso chuckled. What? Brother Qin has an immortal body. Could it be that Brother Qin is also a skeleton? Lu Xingchen looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Fatso was stunned. This guy's imagination was too rich, wasn't it? The immortal body he mentioned was referring to the battle formula. Once Qin Feiyang activated the battle formula, what was the difference between him and an immortal body? Seeing Fatso's expression, Lu Xingchen knew that he had misunderstood. He said with a smile, "Brother Qin, don't you think it's very tiring? If there were only a few of us, I think it would be easier." "It's not very tiring, it's very tiring. Boss, Fat Lord, I really don't know why you're walking with them." Fatso immediately said with dissatisfaction. "We've already come here. No matter how dissatisfied you are, you have to wait until we get out of the plains," Qin Feiyang said. Fatso glanced at the people below the valley and snorted coldly. Fat Lord doesn't want to stay a moment longer when facing these pigs. "Bear with it." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Hey! Look, why is there an iron sword over there?" Suddenly, someone in the valley below exclaimed. "Iron sword?" Qin Feiyang and the other 2 were shocked. They hastily jumped down and landed in front of the crowd. Fatso asked in surprise, "Where?" One of the disciples stretched out his hand and pointed to the right side of the mountain. Qin Feiyang looked up, and his pupils shrank. Halfway up the mountain, there was a protruding rock, and right in the middle of that rock, there was a rusty sword stuck out. If there are battle swords, does that mean that there are also black skeletons here? Senior Brother Qin, Senior Brother Dong, what should we do? When they saw the sword again, there was no longer any greed in their hearts, only a deep fear. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Why were these people's psychological qualities so bad? "Don't panic." He shouted coldly, looked at Dong Zhengyang, and asked, "Shall we go up and take a look?" "You can look, but don't act recklessly," Dong Zhengyang said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang said, "I'm not some people, I still have a sense of propriety." Whoosh. The 2 quickly ran to the foot of the mountain and climbed up. After a few breaths, the 2 climbed up the rock and carefully walked to the front of the sword. This sword was slightly different from the previous one. This sword also had a skull on the hilt, but the blade was only 2 fingers wide, and could be considered a thin sword. And between the rust, there was a dark light. The 2 stood in front of the sword. More than 10 breaths passed, but the sword did not change at all, and no black skeleton appeared. It seems that as long as we don't touch it or pull it out, the black skeleton will not appear. But is there a black skeleton or not? Qin Feiyang frowned. Dong Zhengyang looked down at the rock under his feet and said, "There are rocks here, there is no place to hide." "I don't think so." After that, he looked up at the sword, and his eyes could not help but become fiery. Qin Feiyang hurriedly stopped him and shook his head, "Even if there is no skeleton, don't act rashly." Dong Zhengyang immediately glared at him with dissatisfaction, but in the end, he did not say anything. Although it seemed to be fine now, who knew if something would happen when he really pulled out the sword? So it was better not to take this risk. After observing for a while, Qin Feiyang turned around and jumped down. But at this moment, Dong Zhengyang said, "Qin Feiyang, the battle of the 9 states is over, only one of us can leave the 9 underworlds alive." This place was suddenly filled with a murderous aura. "Anytime." Qin Feiyang's footsteps paused for a moment. After he finished speaking, he jumped down. Compared to Murongxiong and the others, he admired Dong Zhengyang more. This was because Dong Zhengyang would not play any tricks. He was straightforward and aboveboard. How is it? Seeing the two of them come down, a group of people immediately surrounded them nervously. Just don't move. Hurry up and heal your injuries. Shenlong and the others also need to rest. We can't let them carry it all the time. Qin Feiyang said. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Do you think you'll be fine hiding here? But suddenly, a playful voice came from outside the valley. It's it. Why is it here? Where are senior brother Wuhan and senior brother Murongxiong? Have they been killed? Everyone who had just breathed a sigh of relief felt their hearts in their throats again. Because this voice was too familiar. It was the black skeleton. Let's go. Qin Feiyang's heart sank. He waved his hand and led everyone to the exit. As soon as they reached the exit, the black skeleton entered their line of sight. Dozens of meters away, the black skeleton walked over step by step. The battle sword in its hand emitted a gloomy black light. It was surrounded by a bloody mist, like a ghost walking in the night. Dong Zhengyang clenched his hands and said in a deep voice, I'm afraid that Dongfang Wuhan and the others are doomed. It bodes ill rather than well. Everyone's body and mind trembled. They all looked at Qin Feiyang and Dong Zhengyang, looking extremely panicked. Senior brother Qin, we were wrong before. Please help us get through this calamity. As long as we can survive, we promise that we will never go against you again. Wu Yang and Xu Yang spoke one after another, their faces full of pleading. Go against you? Fatso sneered. You don't even think about it properly. Do you really think you can cause us any losses? Both of their eyes were instantly filled with rage. Not convinced. Fatso glanced at the two with disdain. Stop arguing. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and looked at Dong Zhengyang. You take everyone to guard this valley. I'll go and meet it. It's not that I don't believe you, but to be on the safe side, I'll go with you, Dong Zhengyang said. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. Dong Zhengyang's strength was not bad, and with the help of the war soul, he might really be of great help. Shenlong, Jiang Wei, Fatso, you guys guard the entrance. Don't go out. After exhorting them, Qin Feiyang and Dong Zhengyang took a step forward and rushed into the group of skeletons ahead. Boom. Both of them released their auras, like two human-shaped tyrannosauruses. Wherever they passed, the skeletons were smashed into pieces. There are still people who are not afraid of death. Seeing the two of them take the initiative to attack, the black skeleton was quite surprised. The two of them were silent and crazily killed their way over. Soon, they were only 5 or 6 meters away from the black skeleton. Since you guys are in such a hurry to die, I might as well fulfill your wish first. After I kill you guys, I'll slowly torture them. The blood of humans is a rare delicacy in the world. The black skeleton glanced at Qin Feiyang and Dong Zhengyang, and the blood-colored flames in its eyes flickered rapidly. Boom! In the next moment, it raised its battle sword and slashed in the air. A sword aura roared out, and its sharpness tore through the ground. The surrounding white skeletons were instantly annihilated. The white skeletons in the distance seemed to be very afraid when they saw this scene. They surrounded in the distance and did not dare to go forward. This is a huge help. Qin Feiyang mumbled. If those white skeletons continued to surge forward, it would definitely cause them a lot of trouble. It would naturally be even more difficult to get rid of the black skeleton. Qin Feiyang was about to attack when Dong Zhengyang stopped him and secretly sent a voice transmission. I'll test its strength first. You act according to the situation. As soon as he finished speaking. Without giving Qin Feiyang a chance to speak, Dong Zhengyang placed his hands in front of his chest and quickly formed seals with his 10 fingers. Streams of black battle chi appeared and gathered between his hands. Almost in the blink of an eye, a thumb-sized black square seal condense. Boom! As soon as the square seal appeared, a shocking aura surged in all directions. Black Devil Seal. With a low roar from Dong Zhengyang, the black square seal cut through the sky and collided with the sword aura. A loud explosion immediately sounded. Destructive waves of air covered the sky and the earth. Qin Feiyang had no choice but to retreat. But, at the same time, Dong Zhengyang spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered back a few steps. Not a match. Seeing this, the hundreds of people at the entrance couldn't help but feel uneasy. No wonder Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong died. It turned out that the black skeleton was actually so powerful. Its strength is not bad. But if this is all you have, then I advise you to give up resisting as soon as possible. The black skeleton sneered. Whoosh. It took a step forward, grabbed the battle sword, and directly slashed at Dong Zhengyang's head. Humph. Dong Zhengyang snorted coldly and didn't retreat at all. His big hand stretched out like lightning, the battle chi in his palm surging, and he slapped the back of the battle sword with his bare hands. Clang! The terrifying power bombarded the battle sword, and the battle sword suddenly bent and broke away from the black skeleton's bone claws, flying out and disappearing into the night sky. Following closely, Dong Zhengyang took a step forward and instantly landed on the side of the black skeleton, and then punched at the skeleton's skull. Crack! The continuous attacks caught the black skeleton off guard, and its head was torn apart on the spot. The skull was shattered, and the two flames in its eye sockets were equivalent to losing their protection, floating in front of Dong Zhengyang. Good chance. Dong Zhengyang's eyes lit up, and his hands stretched out like eagle claws, grabbing at the two clusters of flames. But just as he was about to grab the flames, the black skeleton's shattered skull was actually repaired in an instant. Moreover, that pair of dark bone claws was reaching for Dong Zhengyang's chest. Damn it! Dong Zhengyang cursed under his breath and retreated without hesitation. Hee. The black skeleton chased after him and even let out an ear-piercing laughter. It seemed that Dong Zhengyang's previous actions had completely infuriated it. At the same time, its bone claws stretched out in the air. Clang! The battle sword that disappeared into the night sky brought with it a sharp ear-piercing sound as it tore through the air like lightning. It grabbed the hilt of the sword, and the cluster of blood flames in its energy reserve released wisps of blood-colored air currents, like battle chi, and merged into the battle sword. Clang! At that moment, the battle sword began to tremble violently. One could even sense a very eager and excited spiritual fluctuation. Moreover, the blade of the battle sword was also covered with a layer of hazy bloodlight. Its sharpness was even stronger than before. At this moment, whether it was Qin Feiyang or Dong Zhengyang, they both felt a fatal threat. And this threat came from that battle sword. Qin Feiyang, its self-healing ability is several times stronger than that of the white skeleton. It's very difficult to deal with. Therefore, you have to think of a way to destroy that battle sword. As Dong Zhengyang retreated, he secretly sent a voice transmission to Qin Feiyang. Previously, he had attacked with all his might, but he could only send the battle sword flying. From this, it could be seen that he did not have the ability to destroy the battle sword, so he could only rely on Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. It was not impossible to destroy the battle sword. At the same time, as the blood-colored air currents continued to gather, the black battle sword in the black skeleton's hand had already turned dark red, emitting a terrifying murderous aura. Human, I will definitely suck your blood dry. Suddenly, the black skeleton laughed sinisterly and raised its battle sword high. Immediately, dark red blood blades flew out, filling the void densely. Now, have a taste of your flesh being cut off piece by piece. The black skeleton's tone was almost crazy. It suddenly waved its battle sword, and the blood blades in the void charged towards Dong Zhengyang. You don't have the ability yet, Heavenly Demon Seal. Dong Zhengyang was seething with anger. He placed his hands in front of his chest and quickly formed a seal. Boom! With a loud bang, the ground around him exploded, and a deep pit appeared under his feet. Dust and smoke billowed in all directions. At the same time, a black square seal rushed out from between his hands, carrying the power to destroy the world as it blasted towards the blood blades. This heavenly demon seal was even stronger than the black demon seal from before. Clang! The blood blades shattered one after another. However, the heavenly demon seal was also gradually dissipating. When the last blood blade dissipated, the heavenly demon seal disintegrated with a loud bang. Dong Zhengyang immediately flew out like a meteorite. Blood spurted out of his mouth. His face was also as pale as paper, but this time, The black skeleton was also forced back a few steps. The blood-colored flames in its eyes showed signs of extinguishing several times. "Quick!" Dong Xingyang shouted to Qin Feiyang. If he didn't destroy the battle sword, he wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold as he used the phantom steps, leaving behind after-images as he rushed towards the black skeleton. Even that war master is no match for this seat. You, a mere war emperor, still dare to come here. This seat really admires your courage. The black skeleton's disdainful voice echoed in the air. Clang! It waved its battle sword, and a dark red sword chi whistled towards Qin Feiyang. Its movement of swinging the sword was very light, full of contempt. "You'll suffer if you underestimate him," Dong Xingyang whispered. He had already stabilized his body and stared at the black skeleton, waiting for the best opportunity to attack. The sword chi arrived in an instant. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted into a cold smile. He slapped the air with his hand, and a golden light appeared and collided with the sword chi. Puff! Qin Feiyang's body trembled as he spat out blood. The skin on his arm was even more lacerated, but at the same time, the sword chi turned in the air and slashed towards the black skeleton. "What's going on?" The black skeleton was bewildered. "The surprise is yet to come. Don't worry." Qin Feiyang laughed coldly, and followed closely behind the sword chi, continuing to attack the black skeleton. It was also at this moment. Dong Zhengyang was like a venomous snake bearing its fangs, and also rushed towards the black skeleton. The black skeleton glanced at the two of them, the flames in its eyes jumping rapidly. It suddenly raised its bone finger, pointed at Dong Zhengyang, and shouted, "Kill him." As soon as these words were spoken, the white skeleton in the distance immediately turned into a white wave and swarmed forward. Chapter 566. Damn it! Seeing this, Dong Zhengyang cursed and sent a voice transmission, "Qin Feiyang, hold on for a while. I'll come and help you as soon as possible." Qin Feiyang turned around to look at Dong Zhengyang's situation and did not panic at all. Because at this time, he could not panic. He turned his head and continued to rush towards the black skeleton, saying, "Do you think you can kill me by trapping him? A mere 8-star war emperor can have such a method. It does surprise me, but that's all." The black skeleton sneered and waved the battle sword in its hand. Dozens of blood blades appeared and filled the void in front of it. Die! It raised its head and roared, like a ghost's howl. Whoosh! In an instant, the blood blades floating in the air were like sharp arrows, cutting through the night sky and charging towards Qin Feiyang. The bone-piercing killing intent made one tremble in fear. Qin Feiyang did not dodge, and his gaze was deathly still. Suddenly, he raised his arm and clapped his hand in the air. A glaring light gushed out from his palm like a tidal wave. Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly sounded in the night sky. Golden light shone in all directions. Amidst the golden light, the dozens of blood blades turned in the air and shot towards the black skeleton. What? The black skeleton was shocked. If it was only once, it could be treated as a coincidence. But if the same thing happened a second time, then it was definitely not a coincidence. But how did this human do it? Dozens of blood blades were aggressive and instantly drowned the black skeleton. And Qin Feiyang's arm was also shattered, flesh and blood flying everywhere. But he did not retreat. He stepped on the ground and forcefully stabilized his body. At the same time, the ground exploded, revealing a deep pit. Then, Qin Feiyang was like an invincible war god. He ignored his shattered arm and swooped down in front of the black skeleton like lightning. "Underestimating me, you will pay a heavy price." He smiled coldly. Clang! Chang Shui appeared out of thin air. He raised his other arm, grabbed Chang Shui, and slashed towards the black skeleton's head. Originally, Dong Zhengyang's intention was to destroy the battle sword first before killing the black skeleton. But at this moment, he had a chance to directly shatter the black skeleton's skull, shatter the flames in its eye sockets, and kill it completely. A person with a strong combat awareness would definitely know how to adapt to the situation during battle. Therefore, Qin Feiyang ignored the battle sword and directly charged towards the black skeleton. However, The black skeleton's reaction speed was far beyond Qin Feiyang's expectations. Just as blue snow was about to pierce through the black skeleton's skull, the black skeleton brandished its battle sword and slashed towards Qin Feiyang's waist. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feiyang quickly retreated and dodged the attack of the battle sword. If this were to continue, there would be a situation where both jade and common stone would be destroyed. Therefore, he had no choice but to retreat. But while retreating, with his rich combat experience and combat awareness, Chang Shui in his hand turned in the air and slashed at the battle sword in the black skeleton's hand. Clang! Instantly, sparks flew everywhere. Chang Shui's sharpness was indestructible. It instantly cut the battle sword into two. What? The black skeleton turned pale with fright. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed inwardly. It was such a good opportunity, but he couldn't kill the black skeleton. What a pity. Fortunately, he had a strong ability to adapt and destroyed the battle sword. He did not let down Dong Zhengyang's expectations. Human, you're going to die. Suddenly, the black skeleton roared, and its murderous aura surged into the sky. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Qin Feiyang restrained his emotions, and a cold glint appeared in his eyes. Fight. He was about to activate the battle formula, but at this moment, Dong Zhengyang suddenly shouted from behind, Qin Feiyang, get out of the way. Qin Feiyang was shocked. Because behind him, he felt a destructive wave. Obviously, Dong Zhengyang had used some killing move. Without hesitation, he flickered and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Godfiend seal. The moment he disappeared, Dong Zhengyang, who was surrounded by white skeletons, roared angrily. His long hair fluttered, and his aura was overwhelming. At the same time, between his hands, a pitch-black square seal shot out like a meteor. Wherever it passed, those white skeletons with immortal bodies were crushed into pieces like decaying dead wood. The terrifying power tore the earth apart. Damn humans. If the battle sword wasn't destroyed, even if all of you joined forces, I wouldn't be afraid. Seeing this, the black skeleton cursed angrily, then turned around and fled in fear. The battle sword is indeed its greatest reliance. Dong Zhengyang muttered. Then, killing intent surged in his eyes. The black square seal cut through the sky, and its aura firmly locked onto the black skeleton. No matter where the black skeleton escaped, the square seal followed. In the end, the black skeleton couldn't escape. The square seal carried an aura of destruction and blasted onto its body. Immediately, a shrill scream resounded through the night sky. The surrounding white skeletons were also completely shattered and disappeared in an instant. Is it dead? Dong Zhengyang fought with the white skeletons while looking at the dusty area over there, feeling rather uneasy. If they couldn't kill the black skeleton like this, then everyone could only run for their lives. Swoosh. At this moment, Qin Feiyang also appeared out of thin air. He crushed the white skeletons in front of him like a hot knife through butter and gathered together with Dong Zhengyang. His heart was also very uneasy. A moment passed. The dust settled, revealing a huge sinkhole. The ground near the sinkhole was also shattered. The two of them looked at each other and approached the sinkhole. When they arrived at the edge of the sinkhole, the two of them hurriedly looked at the bottom. It was empty inside. But there was a black skull buried in the soil at the bottom. It's not dead. The two of them widened their eyes in disbelief. Hold on, I'll go down and take a look. Dong Zhengyang said gloomily. He pushed back a few white skeletons that were pouncing on him with a palm strike. Then, he jumped into the sinkhole and carefully approached the skull. When he was 10 meters away, there was no movement from the skull. When he was 5 meters away, there was no movement from the skull either. When Dong Zhengyang walked to the front of the skull, there was still no movement. But Dong Zhengyang didn't dare to be careless. He slowly bent down and reached out to grab the skull. Battle chi surged in his palm, and his entire body entered a state of alert. There were even bean-sized beads of sweat on his forehead. It could be seen how nervous he was at this moment. Qin Feiyang was also dealing with the white skeletons while firmly locking onto the skull, ready to deal with it at any time. Finally, Dong Zhengyang grabbed the skull and lifted it up. The moment the skull left the soil, Qin Feiyang and Dong Xingyang finally relaxed. It turned out that this was only half a skull. And there was a black hole in the eye socket, without a trace of blood-colored flames. It was obvious that the black skeleton was dead. What a troublesome fellow. Dong Zhengyang let out a long sigh of relief with lingering fear. His 5 fingers tightened, and the skull in his hand was immediately crushed into pieces. Then, he left the sinkhole and rushed towards the valley with Qin Feiyang while crushing the white skeletons. Boom! But before they could get close, a loud sound that shook the sky sounded from the valley. What's going on? The two of them were shocked. Boss, come over quickly. The black skeleton in the valley has awakened. Fatso's anxious shout followed closely. What? How could that skeleton have awakened? Who pulled out that battle sword? Qin Feiyang and Dong Xingyang were furious. They had just finished off this skeleton, and their injuries had yet to recover. Now that the skeleton in the valley had awakened, wouldn't it be adding insult to injury? While he was angry, Qin Feiyang hurriedly took out 2 healing pills and a regeneration pill. After taking the healing pill and regeneration pill, he handed the other healing pill to Dong Zhengyang. These pills all had 3 pill veins and had very strong recovery abilities. But even so, their hearts were very heavy. This was because they didn't know the strength of the black skeleton in the valley at all. If it was stronger than the skeleton they killed earlier, then it would definitely be a tough battle later. Boom! The rumbling sound came from the valley again. Qin Feiyang and Dong Xingyang vaguely saw that the entire valley had collapsed. One figure after another ran out from the collapsed rubble, all in a sorry state. At the same time, there were also screams. The screams were filled with despair and fear. Whoosh! The two of them sped up, wishing that they could grow a few pairs of wings. A few breaths passed. They could finally see Fatso and the others clearly. Everyone's face was filled with panic. Boss, hurry up. After Fatso saw Qin Feiyang, he immediately roared. His body was covered in blood. Obviously. Previously in the valley, he had fought with the black skeleton. The two groups of people gathered together. Dong Xingyang said in a deep voice, "Tell me, what's going on?" "We don't know either." Everyone shook their heads. Dong Zhengyang said angrily, "Aren't you in the valley? How can you not know?" He. Without waiting for everyone to speak, an ear-piercing laughter suddenly resounded. Everyone looked over and saw a black skeleton walking over step by step, with a murderous aura all over its body. And its bone claws were holding a dark battle sword, shining with a terrifying light. That was the thin sword that was inserted into the rock at the beginning. Damn it! Qin Feiyang and Dong Zhengyang's expressions changed at the same time. Because the aura of this skeleton was even stronger than the one they had killed before. Shenlong, Fatso, you guys clear the way. Jiang Wei, Lu Xingchen, you guys cover the rear. The rest of the 8-star combat emperors and 7-star combat emperors, stand on both sides and protect everyone as we rush to the end of the plane. Remember, if you want to live, you must maintain a good formation. Don't panic. Qin Feiyang quickly made arrangements. What about you? Fatso said anxiously. Dong Xingyang and I will kill it. Now, only by killing it can we eliminate all future troubles. Otherwise, our casualties will be even greater, Qin Feiyang said gloomily, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Seeing that everyone was hesitating, Dong Zhengyang shouted angrily, "Quickly do as Qin Feiyang said. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless and leaving you guys behind." Chapter 567. TSK. When the black skeleton saw the others fleeing, it cackled viciously. It raised its sword and swung it down. A streak of black sword chi instantly pierced through the sky and charged towards Fatty and the others. Qin Feiyang and Dong Xingyang looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Boom! Both of their auras suddenly exploded. Void's End. Godfiend Seal. An invisible force and a black square seal appeared and shot toward the sword chi at the same time. Boom! A loud explosion rang in the air. Qin Feiyang was sent reeling. His chi and blood surged as he spat out blood. Dong Zhengyang only took a few steps back. A trickle of blood trickled down the corner of his lips. The black skeleton and Dong Zhengyang were in a similar situation. Qin Feiyang, Although you're powerful, your cultivation base is still too weak. You can't fight it with your battle techniques. Don't hold back. Go all out. Dong Xingyang transmitted his voice. Qin Feiyang nodded. He knew that dragging this out would do no good to anyone. More importantly, he was more worried about Fatso and Ren Wushuang. If the black skeleton blocked their way, they would be in grave danger. Therefore, he had to end this quickly. Swoosh. The two of them stepped forward and shot toward the black skeleton. Meanwhile, a towering wave of fire surged out from behind Qin Feiyang. Amid the waves of fire, the nine-leaf fire lotus emitted a destructive aura. Clang. In an instant, 9 fire lotus leaves fell off. They tore through the night sky like 9 shooting stars and shot toward the black skeleton. Ant. The black skeleton's disdainful voice rang in the air. It waved its sword. Dozens of sword chi shot out with shocking sharpness and collided with the 9 fire lotus leaves. Explode. Qin Feiyang shouted. His words were filled with power. The 9 fire lotus leaves exploded at the same time. A destructive force swept out in all directions. The white skeletons in the surroundings were pulverized. The flames in his eyes were instantly extinguished. At the center of the explosion, cracks began to appear all over the black skeleton's bones. This heavy injury shocked and angered it. Clang. Accompanied by an ear-piercing sound, the battle sword released tens of thousands of sword chi and brought the black skeleton out of the explosion area. Hualala, but at the same time, a pitch-black iron chain appeared behind Dong Zhengyang. It was as thick as an arm and looked like a python, flickering with black light. As soon as the chain appeared, it streaked across the sky and headed straight for the black skeleton. This was his fighting soul. Seeing Dong Zhengyang's fighting soul, Qin Feiyang's spirits were lifted. Without hesitation, he took out Chang Shui and followed behind the chain, rushing towards the black skeleton. Trash. The black skeleton was still disdainful. The reason for that was because it discovered that the chains did not possess any offensive power. As the iron chain approached, it swung its battle sword and slashed at it. Trash. I can guarantee that you will be shocked soon. The corner of Dong Zhengyang's mouth lifted, pursing a sinister sneer. Next. His mind stirred. The iron chain immediately turned in the air, bypassed the battle sword, and instantly wrapped around the black skeleton's body. Freeze. Immediately, Dong Zhengyang let out a roar. The black skeleton immediately felt an invisible force enveloping it. Its body was actually unable to move. How could this be? The black skeleton was shocked. A dead object is a dead object after all. Even if it has intelligence, it is limited. Die completely. At this moment, Qin Feiyang also rushed to the front of the black skeleton. With a low roar, he suddenly waved the Chang Shui in his hand. Crack. Chang Shui was too terrifying. The black skeleton's skull was like tofu, unable to withstand a single blow. In an instant, the skull was cut into 2 halves, and the flames in its eye sockets were also instantly extinguished. Then, Qin Feiyang slapped out again. His battle chi was like a rainbow, and the black skeleton's skeleton was shattered on the spot, completely destroyed. Phew. Dong Zhengyang let out a long breath, and the iron chain also dissipated, quickly disappearing without a trace. I didn't expect it to be so difficult to deal with just 2 skeletons. How dangerous is the death swamp behind us? Qin Feiyang whispered, his brows full of worry. Before this, he had always been very confident, but now, he felt that the chances of reaching the other side were a little slim. Don't think about it, let's go, Dong Zhengyang said. Qin Feiyang nodded and put away the Chang Shui. He turned around and killed the white skeleton while chasing after Fatso and the others. If these damn things didn't cause trouble, even if a few more black skeletons came, I wouldn't be afraid. Dong Zhengyang was rather angry. Qin Feiyang felt the same. Although they had already found the weaknesses of these skeletons, their numbers were too large and they couldn't kill them all. Whether it was traveling or fighting, it would bring them endless trouble. Dong Zhengyang suddenly said, "Do you think Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong are really dead?" "It's possible," Qin Feiyang said, but he wasn't sure. Dong Zhengyang sneered, if they really died, it could be considered a good thing. Both of them were kings of the War Master realm, and were undoubtedly his biggest competitors. Qin Feiyang glanced at Dong Zhengyang, but did not deny it. Suddenly, the two of them noticed a corpse lying on the ground in front of them. The two of them took a closer look. It was a young man wearing white clothes with the word spirit embroidered on his chest. Without a doubt, this person was someone who retreated with the main group. His death was especially tragic. However, the two of them ignored him and continued to track Fatso and the others. On the way, they encountered many more corpses. Once you enter the Yellow Springs, you will die 9 times out of 10. Dong Zhengyang couldn't help but sigh. In the spiritual state, these people were all heaven-defying existences that countless young people looked up to. However, here, they could only be hunted down. No one even cared about the corpses. How sad. A moment later, the two of them finally caught up to the main group. However, everyone's situation was very bad. Most of them were seriously injured and were barely holding on. Seeing Qin Feiyang and Dong Zhengyang rushing over, some of them fell to the ground powerlessly. Senior brother Qin, senior brother Dong, I really can't hold on any longer. I can't hold on either. Can you think of a way? They begged helplessly. Looking at the endless wave of skeletons around them, their hearts were filled with regret and hatred. Why didn't they listen to his advice and insist on coming to this damned place? Qin Feiyang killed the skeletons while scanning everyone. Those who didn't fall to the ground were all covered in wounds and looked like they had no hope of living. Even Fatso, Lu Xingchen, Ren Wushuang, Shen Long, and Jiang Wei, the 2 9-star combat emperors, looked miserable. It wasn't good to continue like this because everyone had lost their morale. In such a cruel environment, losing morale was equivalent to being a dead man. All of you, stand up. In this place, no one will sympathize with cowards. If you don't get up, I won't care about you. I won't let anyone else care about you. You will stay here and wait for death. Qin Feiyang shouted. Although it was heartless, it was also a way to motivate everyone. And now, this was the only way to motivate everyone. Sure enough. As soon as they heard that he was going to leave them alone, those who were lying on the ground immediately gritted their teeth and got up to join the battle. Because in this world, no one wanted to die. Shen San. Qin Feiyang shouted. A young man covered in blood and with shifty eyes quickly ran in front of Qin Feiyang and bowed. Senior brother Qin, what are your orders? Qin Feiyang said, where are the pills that Dongfang Wuhan gave you? It's used up. Shen San hurriedly said, but there was some panic in his eyes. Is it really used up? Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold. He had seen all kinds of people. Just by looking at Shen San's eyes, he knew that this person had a guilty conscience. It's really used up. Shen San said. Qin Feiyang looked at Fatso and asked, you've been here all this time. Do you know how many pills he gave everyone? Fatso thought for a moment and said, it seems that everyone was given one. How dare you? Qin Feiyang turned hostile on the spot. He coldly looked at Shen San and said gloomily, how could Dongfang Wuhan only give you these pills? Hand them all over immediately, or don't blame me for being impolite. Shen San's body and mind trembled. Dongfang Wuhan did give him a lot of top-grade pills, at least tens of thousands of them. But when he saw that Dongfang Wuhan didn't return, he had the idea of embezzling them. Because this place was too terrifying. If he didn't have enough pills, he was afraid that it would be difficult to last until the end. Who would have thought that Qin Feiyang would see through it? Hurry up! Qin Feiyang shouted. However, before his voice fell, Dong Zhengyang directly attacked and killed Shen San with one palm. Why are you talking nonsense with this kind of person? Dong Zhengyang said coldly, then took out 2 Qianquan bags from Shen San's arms and checked them. One of the Qianquan bags was directly thrown away by him. The other Qianquan bag was handed over to Ren Wushuang, and Ren Wushuang distributed the pills to everyone. Because Ren Wushuang was the granddaughter of the mansion master, she definitely wouldn't hide them. Don't stop, let's continue. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and led the way with Fatso and Shen Long, while Dong Zhengyang, Lu Xingchen, and Jiang Wei brought up the rear. Of course. Qin Feiyang and Dong Zhengyang still had to support everyone. As for distributing the pills, Ren Wushuang also called Shunmai to help. With the support of these top-grade medicinal pills, everyone's injuries finally stabilized, and they were gradually getting better. For a moment, everything was in order. Time passed breath by breath. Finally, the blood moon fell from the sky, and the blood sun slowly rose. However, they still couldn't see the end of the plain, but the crisis was finally over. Because as soon as the blood sun rose, those white skeletons all drilled into the ground. Beside a hill, someone collapsed on the ground, panting. Someone was lying on the ground on the verge of death. Some people looked at the blood-red sky and laughed foolishly. At this moment, everyone didn't care about their external image at all. They only felt the joy of surviving a disaster. Qin Feiyang and Dong Zhengyang stood at the side and scanned the crowd. The worry between their brows never dissipated. It had already been 2 days and 2 nights, but they couldn't even see the shadow of the end of the plain. How much longer would they have to walk? Most importantly, there were only a little over 200 people left when they reached this point. One had to know. There were a total of 550 people this time. In the end, more than half of them had died before even reaching the death swamp. The two of them didn't even dare to think about how many more people would be sacrificed next. Dong Zhengyang turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said, "Let's go talk." "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded. Chapter 568. After walking for dozens of meters, the two stopped. Qin Feiyang asked, "What do you want to say? Out of 550 people, only 200 are left. If this goes on, we will be wiped out." Dong Zhengyang sighed deeply, turned to Qin Feiyang, and cupped his hands. "I hope you can contribute a healing pill with 3 patterns." Qin Feiyang was silent. Dong Zhengyang said, "I know, this is a little unfair to you. After all, a pill with 3 patterns is worth a lot." Qin Feiyang waved his hand to interrupt Dong Zhengyang, shook his head, and said, "I'm not thinking about this. It's just a healing pill, I don't care. I'm just thinking, you treated them as cannon fodder at the beginning, so why are you helping them now?" "At the beginning, I did treat them as cannon fodder. But seeing them die one by one, I really can't bear to say that you don't believe me." Dong Zhengyang sighed. Qin Feiyang looked at Dong Zhengyang in surprise. It seemed that this person, although cold and heartless on the outside, was quite benevolent and righteous on the inside. "I believe your words. I can contribute a healing pill, but to be honest, I don't have many medicinal herbs." Qin Feiyang said. "How can that be? According to your character, you should have prepared a lot of medicinal herbs before coming to the 9 underworld." Dong Zhengyang frowned. Speaking of this, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel bitter in his heart. He said, "I won't hide it from you. During the period before the War of the 9 Provinces started, Fatty and I had been locked up in the prison by the mansion master." There was such a thing. Dong Zhengyang was surprised. "Yes, Wang Hong personally guarded us during that time. When the Battle of the 9 Provinces began, Wang Hong took us directly into the inner hall. I didn't have time to buy medicinal herbs." Qin Feiyang said helplessly. Dong Zhengyang stared blankly at Qin Feiyang. When he came back to his senses, he joked, "I was wondering why you suddenly disappeared." So he went to enjoy life in prison. "Enjoy life?" Qin Feiyang's face twitched. "I'm just joking. Don't take it seriously. You don't have to worry about the herbs. Who here doesn't have some herbs? Just make them hand it over. I believe that no one will refuse. If they refuse, then they are really a bunch of idiots who are not worthy of our protection." Dong Zhengyang said. "All right." Qin Feiyang nodded. Dong Zhengyang said, "There's one more thing." "What?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. "Ren Wushuang. She's only a 3-star combat emperor. It's too dangerous to leave her outside. It's better to send her to your castle. After all, if anything happens to her and the old man pursues the matter, we won't be able to escape the blame." Dong Zhengyang said. He had been to the castle before and knew what kind of place it was. "You don't have to worry about her. Do you remember the pill I gave you before?" Qin Feiyang laughed. Dong Zhengyang said, "You mean, the pill that allowed me to break through to the War Master?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "So that's how it is. It seems that your relationship with Ren Wushuang is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Dong Zhengyang said meaningfully. Qin Feiyang smiled but did not say anything. Dong Zhengyang looked at him deeply, his gaze suddenly darkened, and said coldly, "Now that we've finished discussing this matter, it's time to drag that person out. Indeed. If we don't get rid of this kind of person, it will only attract more trouble." Qin Feiyang's eyes also became incomparably cold. The two of them turned around and returned to the resting area. Seeing their expressions, everyone was bewildered. Could it be that something had happened? Dong Zhengyang swept his gaze across everyone and shouted, "Speak, who pulled out the battle sword in the valley?" Battle sword? Everyone looked at each other, not saying anything for a moment, their eyes filled with confusion. Qin Feiyang and I went to observe. As long as we don't pull out the battle sword, the skeleton won't wake up. So, someone must have pulled out that battle sword while no one was paying attention, and this kind of person who only cares about his own selfish interests and doesn't care about the safety of others must be eliminated, Dong Zhengyang said in a deep voice, a cold light surging in his eyes. At the same time, Qin Feiyang scanned everyone's faces, observing the changes in their expressions. However, in the end, there was no panic or fear on these people's faces. There was only anger. Could it be that it's not them? Qin Feiyang frowned and looked at Fatso. "You were in the valley at that time, did you notice anything?" "No." Fatso shook his head and said, "At that time, we were all at the entrance, watching the battle between you and the black skeleton." Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Xingchen, Ren Wushuang, and Shen Mai. The three of them also shook their heads. "That's strange." Qin Feiyang frowned. "What should we do? If we can't find this person now, who knows what trouble will come in the future?" Dong Zhengyang asked telepathically. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and whispered, "Is it possible that the black skeleton will wake up on its own without pulling out the battle sword?" Dong Zhengyang was silent for a moment. Now that things had developed to this point, he did not dare to make a rash judgment. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "Forget it, let's not think about it. Just be careful in the future. That's the only way." Dong Zhengyang nodded and looked at everyone. "Hurry up and recuperate. We'll set off in an hour. In addition, Qin Feiyang and I have discussed before. Hand over all the medicinal herbs you have, and Qin Feiyang will refine pills for you." Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. As everyone knew, Qin Feiyang could refine supreme-grade pills with 3 elixir patterns. With his help, their chances of survival would undoubtedly be higher. But everyone was a little afraid. Because they were afraid that Qin Feiyang would embezzle them. So for a moment, no one took the initiative to take out the medicinal herbs. "Are you still doubting him? I just don't understand. Why do you have a pair of eyes? Can't you see that Qin Feiyang is sincerely helping everyone? Just these 2 times, if it weren't for his help, all of you would have died in the hands of those 2 black skeletons." Dong Zhengyang shouted angrily. Everyone lowered their heads, unable to make a decision for a moment. "Forget it. You can do whatever you want. But I have to make it clear in advance. Those who don't hand over the medicinal herbs can forget about getting half a pill from Qin Feiyang." Dong Zhengyang snorted coldly and took the lead to take out a large pile of medicinal herbs from his Chenkuan bag. "Although I'm also a supreme-grade alchemist, I hope that Qin Feiyang will refine the pills." Lu Xingchen smiled and took out a pile of medicinal herbs. Shen Mai and Ren Wushuang looked at each other and each took out a pile of medicinal herbs. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart trembled. One had to know. Dong Zhengyang and Lu Xingchen both had a grudge against Qin Feiyang. Although the 3 of them usually didn't mention this matter and didn't see Dong Zhengyang and Lu Xingchen seeking revenge on Qin Fei, there was definitely still a gap in their hearts. But now, the 2 of them handed over the medicinal herbs without hesitation. It could be seen that in this cruel environment, they had tacitly chosen to temporarily put aside their previous grudges and unite to overcome the difficulties together. Suddenly, Xu Yang got up and said, "Can I make a request?" "Say it." Dong Zhengyang said. Xu Yang said, "All the medicinal herbs and pills will be kept by Ren Wushuang." Obviously, he still didn't trust Qin Feiyang. Dong Zhengyang hesitated and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. It doesn't matter. Qin Feiyang shrugged his shoulders. This time, everyone was finally completely relieved and took out the medicinal herbs one after another. Ren Wuxuang also walked in front of everyone and took away the medicinal herbs one by one. Fatso frowned and walked to Qin Feiyang's side and said discontentedly, "Boss, what are you doing? Looking for trouble for yourself? What are you talking about?" Ren Wuxuang had just finished collecting the medicinal herbs and came to Qin Feiyang's side. As soon as he heard Fatso's words, he immediately glared at Fatso fiercely. Is Fat Lord wrong? Since they don't believe in Boss, why should he refine pills for them? Besides, everyone knows that Boss has a rule for refining pills, 50-50. Have they mentioned this now? In Fat Lord's opinion, in their hearts, Boss refining pills for them is a matter of course. Fatso sneered. Shen Mai said helplessly, "Isn't this a special time?" Fatso said, "It's precisely because it's a special time that we should make it more clear. Besides, we're not philanthropists, why should we?" Okay, stop talking. I can also understand Fatso's feelings. After all, Qin Feiyang is not refining ordinary pills. Let's split it 50-50. Does anyone have any objections? Dong Zhengyang looked at everyone and asked. Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads one after another. In this situation, did they dare to have any objections? Because with Qin Feiyang's character, it was already merciful for him to refine pills for them. How could they dare to expect anything else? Next, Fatso and Shen Mai assisted Ren Wuxuang to organize the medicinal herbs. Qin Feiyang first took a portion of the medicinal herbs for the healing pill and entered the castle to refine it. Half an hour passed quickly. Qin Feiyang also came out of the castle and handed a Chenkuan bag to Ren Wuxuang. Ren Wuxuang looked at the pills in the Chenkuan bag and her beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Then, she looked at Qin Feiyang in disbelief. Qin Feiyang smiled. Ren Wuxuang rolled her eyes at him and looked at everyone. You guys got a big advantage this time. No one denied it. Because only the medicinal herbs, they could get a pill with 3 pill veins. It was indeed a big advantage. But when Ren Wuxuang took out the pill, the whole place suddenly fell into dead silence. Everyone's face was filled with disbelief. Then, everyone became excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. That was because the healing pill didn't have 3 pill veins, but 4. He can actually refine a pill with 4 pill veins. Everyone's hearts trembled. 4 pill veins, this was the first time in their lives that they had seen it. They had made a huge profit. With this pill, why would they worry about not being able to get out of this plane? Even Dong Zhengyang was quite excited. Ren Wuxuang said, "Come to me to receive it. 1 for each of you first, and the rest will be distributed slowly later." Immediately, everyone lined up in an orderly manner and went to Ren Wuxuang to receive the pills one by one. After distributing the pills, Fatso sneered, "Now tell Fat Lord, are you still dissatisfied in your hearts?" Everyone laughed embarrassedly and couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt in their hearts. "All right, we've got the pills. It's time for us to set off. But before we leave, I want to warn some people not to stir up trouble again." Dong Zhengyang glanced at the crowd and focused on Xu Yang and Wu Yang. The two of them trembled and lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at Dong Zhengyang. "Let's go." Dong Zhengyang waved his hand and was about to leave. "Wait for us." But at this moment. Chapter 569. Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. Why did this voice sound so familiar? The others were also surprised. Everyone turned around and saw 2 blurry white figures galloping over from afar. Why do they look like senior brother Wuhan and senior brother Murong Xiong? Someone asked suspiciously. Aren't they dead? Another person raised his doubts. As the distance kept getting closer and closer, everyone finally saw the true faces of the 2 people clearly. It was really Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong. Qin Feiyang and Dong Zhengyang looked at each other, and a glimmer of light flashed in the depths of their eyes. Soon, Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong arrived in front of everyone, panting. Both of them had disheveled hair and dirty faces, and their tattered clothes were full of bloodstains. They looked extremely miserable. "Senior brother Wuhan, senior brother Murong, what happened to you? Where did you go last night? We all thought you were dead. Wu Yang and Shu Yang hurriedly ran up and asked with concern. Dongfang Wuhan took a few deep breaths, shook his head, and sighed. It's a long story. Last night, Murong Xiong and I went to kill that skeleton, but we didn't expect that the two of us together were still no match for it. And then? Shu Yang asked. We could only choose to escape. We wanted to find you, but we didn't know where you were hiding, so we hid first. Later, we faintly heard the sound of battle. We thought it must be you, so we immediately rushed over. But there were too many white skeletons on the way, and we were all seriously injured. By the time we arrived, you had already left. Then we tracked you all the way until now. Dongfang Wuhan sighed. Wu Yang said, Thank you for your hard work. If we had known that you were not dead, we would definitely have waited for you. It's okay. It's just that not only did we not help, but we also put you in danger. I'm really sorry. Dongfang Wuhan blamed himself. At this time, Dong Zhengyang said, That black skeleton was killed by Qin Feiyang and me. Its strength is not very good. With the two of you, you shouldn't have escaped, right? When Dongfang Wuhan heard this, his face was full of helplessness. It's my fault. Murong Xiong said expressionlessly. Dongfang Wuhan nodded and said, It was indeed because he was too arrogant that we suffered a crushing defeat. But now, he already knows his mistake, so I ask everyone to forgive him. Shu Yang chuckled and said, It's great that you can learn from your mistakes. Who gives you the right to speak? Murong Xiong raised his eyebrows, his gaze extremely unfriendly. Shu Yang immediately shrunk his neck, his face full of fear. All right. Dong Zhengyang gestured with his hands, and the crowd quieted down. Dong Zhengyang looked at Dongfang Wuhan and said, Since you have already returned, you can make the arrangements. Dongfang Wuhan said, There's nothing much to arrange. Take advantage of the fact that there are no skeletons during the day, let's move forward at full speed. Wu Yang frowned and said, Senior brother Wuhan, don't you want to rest first? I can't drag everyone down because of me. I can recuperate while traveling. Let's go. Dongfang Wuhan waved his hand, and everyone immediately used their fastest speed to rush towards the end of the plane. Dong Zhengyang was walking in the front row, and his eyes would occasionally glance at Dongfang Wuhan and Dong Zhengyang. After a moment, a light flashed in the depths of his eyes, and he sent a sound transmission to Qin Feiyang behind him. Did you find anything wrong? Qin Feiyang shook his head without leaving a trace. At first, he also suspected that the two might have deliberately escaped, wanting to use the black skeleton to get rid of them. He even suspected that the battle sword in the valley might have been pulled out by the two of them when no one was paying attention. But the words of the two before were flawless. Because with Murong Xiong's character, when fighting with the black skeleton, it was indeed possible that he would act arrogantly. Therefore, he couldn't be sure. Of course. These suspicions definitely couldn't be spoken out, otherwise it would inevitably cause even greater disagreement. Take Wu Yang and Shu Yang for example. During the period when Dongfang Wuhan and Dong Zhengyang were not here, they were particularly well behaved, but as soon as the two of them came back, their demeanor and behavior immediately changed. It could be seen that many people here were on their side. Time flew by. Night soon fell. Everyone was ready for battle in advance. Moreover, with the healing pills with 4 patterns, even though they had been on the road for an entire day, everyone was in high spirits. So, when the white skeleton crawled out of the ground, they weren't as flustered as they were the previous 2 nights. But casualties were inevitable. Look, there's another battle sword over there. In the middle of the night. Fatso's exclamation suddenly sounded. Everyone was immediately shocked. They looked in the direction Fatso was pointing and saw a small mound 20 meters away on the right. In the blink of an eye, it looked like a tomb. In the center of the mound, there was a rusty battle sword. Dongfang Wuhan said anxiously, Don't touch it, let's go. Wait. But at this moment, Qin Feiyang suddenly spoke as he looked at the battle sword. His eyes were sparkling. Everyone looked at him in confusion. Qin Feiyang said, I want to know, will the black skeleton wake up on its own? Hearing this, a few people present immediately understood Qin Feiyang's intention. These people were Dong Zhengyang, Lu Xingchen, and Fatso. Dongfang Wuhan said, "Junior brother Qin, I know you have the ability to kill the black skeleton, but it's best not to take this risk. After all, you're not the only one here. There's still everyone here." "That's right. You can't let everyone take the risk with you just because of your momentary curiosity." Xu Yang and Wu Yang followed. Qin Feiyang said, "You guys can leave first. I alone am enough." Dongfang Wuhan said flatly, "That's even more impossible. We've already suffered heavy casualties. What if something happens to you again?" Qin Feiyang, "Although you refined top-grade pills for us, I still have to say something fair. Senior brother Wuhan is doing this for your own good. Don't be so tactless." Xu Yang said solemnly. Dong Zhengyang glanced at Xu Yang and said indifferently, "Don't worry, I will stay and accompany Qin Feiyang because I also want to know." "You!" Xu Yang was furious. But at this moment, Dongfang Wuhan said helplessly, "Well, since you insist on staying, then I can't say anything more. But remember, after you figure it out, you must immediately come and join us because our team can't do without you." Qin Feiyang and Wu Yang nodded. "Boss, I want to stay too," Fatso said in a low voice. "No. Follow them. First, protect Ren Wushuang. Second, monitor Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong." Qin Feiyang said in a voice that only the two of them could hear. "Okay." Fatso nodded reluctantly. Immediately, Qin Feiyang and Dong Zhengyang left the team. While fighting with the white skeleton, they approached the small mound. Dongfang Wuhan continued to lead the team forward. After the team disappeared into the night sky, Dong Zhengyang said solemnly, "As long as we can confirm that this skeleton won't wake up on its own, then we can be sure that the battle sword in the valley was pulled out by Dongfang Wuhan and the others." Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "We can't be so sure." "How can you not be sure? Other than us, there are only people from the other 8 provinces in the 9 Nether Yellow Springs. But they are not in the same direction as us, so it naturally can't be them. At that time, we were fighting with Black Skeleton, and Fatso and the others were also at the entrance. Only Dongfang Wuhan and Wu Yang disappeared. If it wasn't them, who else could it be?" Dong Zhengyang sneered. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Let's wait until we figure it out before coming to a conclusion." During the conversation, the two of them arrived at the small mound like a hot knife through butter. The white skeletons around them didn't dare to approach. They surrounded them 5 meters away. The flames in their eye sockets jumped rapidly, as if they were threatening Qin Feiyang and Wu Yang. Time passed breath by breath. The two of them stood in front of the small mound, but after hundreds of breaths, the skeleton inside the small mound didn't move at all. Dong Zhengyang raised his eyebrows and shouted, "Hey, hey, if you don't come out, we will dig your grave and destroy your bones." But after a long while, there was still no movement. Dong Zhengyang tried to step on the small mound a few more times, but the skeleton still showed no signs of waking up. Could it be that there were no skeletons inside? The two of them looked at each other, their eyes filled with doubt. Dong Zhengyang said via voice transmission, "Why don't you pull out your battle sword and give it a try?" "Sure. But we have to be prepared in advance. We must kill it quickly when it comes out," Qin Feiyang said in a low voice. "Okay. Same as always. I'll activate my battle soul, and you use that dagger to kill it." Dong Zhengyang thought to himself. Qin Feiyang nodded and took out the Chang Shui. At the same time, Dong Zhengyang also activated his battle soul, then walked up and pulled out his battle sword. TSK, human, fresh blood, immediately. A sinister laugh came from within the mound of dirt. The two of them felt a chill in their hearts. Boom. Following closely, the small mound exploded with a loud bang, causing mud to splatter everywhere as a black shadow rushed out. But at the same time, the iron chains behind Dong Zhengyang, with a loud crashing sound, pierced through the air like lightning and wrapped around the black shadow's body. Freeze. Following Dong Zhengyang's low shout, the black shadow immediately revealed its true form. It was indeed a black skeleton. Just as Dong Zhengyang froze the black skeleton, Qin Feiyang also pounced forward. Crack. Chang Shui was like a graceful swan, instantly cutting through the black skeleton's skull and shattering the flames in its eye sockets. Before it could even see the appearance of Qin Feiyang and Dong Zhengyang, the black skeleton was completely dead. As soon as the black skeleton died, the battle sword in Dong Zhengyang's hand also split into 4 or 5 pieces with a clang. Ah! The two of them were shocked. Human blood at the same time. The white skeletons around him uttered hoarse words intermittently, as if ghosts were roaring. It was incomparably terrifying. Then, they swarmed forward. Humph! Dong Zhengyang snorted coldly, turned around and struck out with both hands. His battle chi was like a rainbow, turning into a dark arrow, carrying an astonishing destructive power, shooting towards the eyes of the skeletons. In an instant, a large number of them fell. Qin Feiyang's methods were not inferior to Dong Zhengyang's. What should we do next? Dong Zhengyang asked while killing the skeletons. It turned out that the battle sword was like a seal. Only when the battle sword was pulled out would the black skeleton wake up. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said, "Don't be in a hurry to turn hostile. Let's wait until we find evidence. Otherwise, the two of us will be ostracized by everyone. These two bastards have sinister intentions. They should be killed." Dong Zhengyang's eyes surged with a cold light. At first, when I heard Lu Xingchen say that Dongfang Wuhan was not a good person, I didn't believe it, but I didn't expect that he was really a hypocritical villain. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. Chapter 570. Half an hour later, Qin Feiyang and Xu Wuhan caught up with the rest of the team. Fatso immediately asked, "Boss, how is it?" Qin Feiyang said, "You need to pull out the sword before the black skeleton wakes up." There was no need to hide this kind of thing. Of course, he wouldn't directly point the finger at Dongfang Wuhan and Xu Wuhan. Fatso said in surprise, "So, the person who pulled out the sword in the valley was indeed, ahem." Qin Feiyang coughed and interrupted Fatso. Fatso was stunned, but then he understood. He glanced at the crowd and shouted, "Who is it? Come out." "It's not me. It's not me either." Everyone spoke one after another. Fatso looked at everyone and suddenly turned his eyes to Wu Yang and Xu Yang, saying, "Fat Lord now seriously suspects that you two are behind this. Fatso, don't talk nonsense and slander good people. What evidence do you have that it's us?" The two of them were furious. "You're good people. Everyone has seen what you've done along the way. You're just selfish villains. Fat Lord firmly believes that except for the two of you, no one else would do such a thing to harm everyone." Fatso sneered. Xu Yang roared, "Bastard, I want to duel with you. Do you think Fat Lord is really afraid of you? Okay, Fat Lord will accompany you." Fatso rolled up his sleeves and looked fierce, as if he was ready to go all out. "Enough. Junior brother Fatty, it's useless if you don't have evidence. Xu Yang, Wu Yang, you two should also stop talking," Dongfang Wuhan said at this time. Qin Feiyang glanced at Dongfang Wuhan, and his eyes flashed slightly. He patted Fatso on the shoulder and said, "Don't make wild guesses without real evidence." "I didn't say anything." Fatso shrugged. Everyone continued forward. As for this farce, it was deliberately created by Fatso. Because of this, it meant that their suspects were Xu Yang and Murong Xiong. The real culprits, Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong, would inevitably relax their vigilance. Once they let down their guard, the two of them would give themselves away sooner or later. Unknowingly, dawn was approaching. Even though there were healing pills with 4 pill veins, after a night of hard fighting, everyone was exhausted. Dongfang Wuhan looked towards the horizon. The blood moon was descending and the blood sun was about to rise. Immediately after, he shouted, "The sky is about to brighten. Everyone, hold on for a little longer." Everyone nodded. As long as they persevered until dawn, they could have a good rest. "Hey! Is Fat Lord seeing things?" At this moment, Fatso suddenly exclaimed. "What?" Everyone looked at him in surprise. Fatso pointed ahead and said, "Don't look at Fat Lord. Look ahead. Doesn't that look like a forest? Jungle?" Everyone was stunned for a moment before they became excited. If there was a forest in front of them, it meant that they had probably reached the death swamp. Everyone looked ahead one after another. But the sky was still dark. Coupled with the blood mist blocking their line of sight, they couldn't see clearly. They could only see a hazy shadow. It looks like a forest. Someone said. Dongfang Wuhan shouted, let's go and take a look. The group of people moved forward quickly with anxiety and anticipation. After a dozen breaths, the scenery in front of them finally entered everyone's line of sight. It was indeed a dense, desolate forest. Ancient trees towered into the sky, like large emerald umbrellas. Thick vines, like pythons, wrapped around the ancient trees, looking incomparably strong. And on the ground, there were also weeds and bushes. The overall feeling it gave people was very desolate, very mysterious, and very gloomy. Before they even got close, they already felt afraid. Someone shouted, look, there's a stone tablet over there. Everyone looked in the direction that the person was pointing. At the edge of the forest, there was indeed a stone tablet erected. It was about 5 or 6 meters tall and engraved with 4 bold and powerful words. Death Swamp. We've finally arrived at the Death Swamp. I don't see any skeletons in the swamp. Let's hide in there. Everyone was very excited. Some people even suggested, don't go. We don't know what's in the Death Swamp. It's almost dawn, there's no need to take the risk. Lu Xingchen said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang also agreed with Lu Xingchen's words. Even Wang Hong was afraid of the Death Swamp. How could it be safe? It was best to wait until dawn, when everyone had recovered to their peak state before going in. No matter how dangerous the Death Swamp is, it's not as dangerous as these skeletons, right? There's still some time before dawn. If we continue to waste time like this, there will definitely be more casualties. Senior brother Wuhan, we all agree to enter the Death Swamp. But everyone didn't listen at all and pleaded with Dongfang Wuhan. Dongfang Wuhan struggled for a moment and nodded, okay, let's go in. But remember, we must not lower our guard. Immediately, the group of people entered the Death Swamp in a grandiose manner. But Lu Xingchen didn't enter the Death Swamp. Qin Feiyang and Fatso looked at each other and didn't go in. Ren Wushuang, Shen Mai, and Dong Zhengyang. Seeing that Qin Feiyang and the other 2 didn't go in, they also didn't go in. In the end, only the 6 of them were left outside to fight with the skeletons. As for those skeletons, the Death Swamp seemed to be their forbidden zone, so they didn't chase after them. All of them surrounded Qin Feiyang and the others. The ground is very solid, it's not a swamp. Haha, there's always a way out. The people who entered the swamp couldn't help but laugh out loud after surveying their surroundings. At the same time, Dongfang Wuhan turned to look at Qin Feiyang and the others, and advised, there's no danger here for the time being, you guys should also come in and rest. Senior brother Wuhan, why are you persuading them? They like to fight with skeletons, so let them kill. Don't say, as an outsider, I suddenly find these skeletons quite cute. Senior brother Qin, senior brother Dong, you guys can do it. We will definitely support you in spirit to kill them all. Looking at Qin Feiyang and the others who were surrounded by skeletons, everyone crossed their arms in front of their chests and didn't hide their sarcasm. Shen Mai looked at Dongfang Wuhan and the others. Indeed, nothing had happened. She couldn't help but be tempted and whispered, why don't we go in? Caution is the parent of safety. I won't take the risk. Lu Xingchen shook his head. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and looked at Shen Mai. What brother Lu said is not without reason. Hold on a little longer. Okay. Shen Mai nodded. Alas, why don't you listen to my advice? Fine, do as you wish. Hearing Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen's words, Dongfang Wuhan couldn't help but sigh. He turned to Wu Yang and the others and said, don't waste time, quickly rest. Okay. Wu Yang shouted. Xu Yang jokingly said, while resting, you can also watch the show. This treatment is not bad. Fatso's eyes darkened as he sneered, let's see how proud you can be. Haha, although I don't know what will happen in the future, at least for now, we have the capital to be proud. You guys continue, we're waiting to see. The 2 of them laughed wildly. Fatso clenched his fists tightly, making cracking sounds. Qin Feiyang glanced at the 2 of them, turned to Fatso and said, ignore them. That's right. Lu Xingchen nodded and said, for these ignorant idiots, only death can make them realize. Die. It's hard to say who will die. But before you die, You'd better return the medicinal herbs to us. Wu Yang and Shu Yang sneered. Ha, but suddenly, a loud laughter rang out in this place, echoing between heaven and earth for a long time. Who is it? Dongfang Wuhan and the others were shocked. They all turned around and looked at the forest behind them. Because the laughter came from there. There's someone. At the same time, Qin Feiyang and the other 5 outside were also very surprised. Could it be another skeleton? No. Boss, this voice is a bit familiar. Fatso suddenly said. Familiar? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and listened carefully to the echo. Seeing Qin Feiyang and Shu Yang, Dong Zhengyang and the other 3 looked at each other. Those 2 simple words sounded familiar, but at this moment, they contained an extremely important message. That was, the owner of this laughter was not a skeleton, but a person. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled, and he said in a deep voice, "It's him." Fatso nodded and said, "Yes, it's him." Who? Dong Zhengyang and the other 3 looked at the 2 of them in surprise. I didn't expect there to be so many idiots in the spiritual state. Qin Feiyang was about to speak, but the loud laughter rang out again. That's right. I was quite worried at first. But now, it seems that I was worrying for nothing. Another voice sounded. This was a woman's voice, with a strong sense of sarcasm. It's really them, enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Fatso whispered. Murong Xiong shouted, "Who the hell is it? Don't pretend to be mysterious, come out and die." Die? Who gave you the guts to say such arrogant words? Ice Elephant's fury. The woman's stern voice rang out in the forest, followed by a monstrous aura. Boom. Crack. The next moment. In the forest on the left, a series of loud noises came out. The ancient tree was shattered, the earth cracked, and a huge ice elephant was as fast as lightning, crushing everything. Battle Master. Dong Zhengyang's face changed. Although he hadn't seen the real person yet, from the aura emitted by the ice elephant, he could tell that the person who used this battle technique was a battle master powerhouse who was not inferior to him in the slightest. Murong Xiong and Dongfang Wuhan's faces also changed, and they shouted in unison, "Be alert! Barbarian Bull Strike!" At the same time, Murong Xiong took a step forward and waved his hands. A yellow barbarian bull instantly appeared out of thin air. Its body was more than 100 feet long, like a small mountain, emitting an astonishing ferocious aura. Moo. Then, the barbarian bull raised its head and roared, then swooped down towards the ice elephant. It also crushed the ancient tree, tore the earth, and was unstoppable. Boom. The 2 giant beasts crashed into each other, and the land within a radius of a few thousand meters was instantly turned into ashes. So you have some strength, no wonder you dare to be so arrogant. But will you be able to withstand their next attack? Chapter 571. Them. Could it be that there are more than 2 people? Dongfang Wuhan and the others turned pale with fright. Boom. Sure enough. A terrifying aura erupted from the forest on the right and in front at the same time. And they were all war masters. Counting the mysterious woman on the left, that was the 3 war masters. Clang. In the next moment. On the right, a huge yellow sword flew over, emitting an unparalleled sharpness. In front, a blood-red blade flew over, overflowing with bloodlight, drowning the sky. At the same time, on the left, another ice elephant appeared. It was ferocious and powerful, shocking everyone. Not good. These are 3 superior battle arts. Dong Zhengyang, Qin Feiyang, quickly come and help. Dongfang Wuhan shouted without turning his head as he evolved the battle arts. What should we do? Dong Zhengyang looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "Do you think that there is still a need to pay attention to them?" What Lu Xingchen said was right. Only death could make these fools realize their mistakes. Dong Zhengyang was stunned, shook his head and smiled. Indeed, there is no need. Then, he looked at Dongfang Wuhan and sighed, "I'm sorry, we can't even protect ourselves right now. We really have no time to help you." Damn it. Dongfang Wuhan cursed and shouted to Wu Yang and the others behind him, "Leave the swamp immediately." The group of people did not dare to hesitate and immediately turned to flee. However, The few people who ran to the front suddenly cried out in alarm and were bounced back, falling to the ground in a sorry state. There was a trace of blood at the corner of their mouths. What's going on? Everyone was shocked and stopped in unison. Looking at the junction of the plains and the swamp, their faces were full of bewilderment. Not good. Between the plains and the swamp, there is an invisible force preventing us from leaving the swamp. Senior Brother Wuhan, Senior Brother Murong, what should we do? The people who had been sent flying were at first confused, but then they quickly got up and roared at Dongfang Wuhan and Dongfang Wuhan. What? Invisible force. Everyone's face suddenly turned pale. In other words, as long as one entered the death swamp, there was no turning back. Dongfang Wuhan and Dongfang Wuhan were also burning with anxiety. They never thought that such a situation would happen. If he had listened to Lu Xingchen's advice, he wouldn't have been so passive now. But it was too late for regrets. I'll block the giant sword. Murong Xiong, you block the ice elephant. Everyone else, join hands and block that bloody blade. Remember to block it. Dongfang Wuhan roared. In front of him was a golden arrow that was several zhong long and as thick as an arm. It emitted a resplendent golden light. Sun-breaking arrow, kill. Following his roar, the golden arrow pierced through the sky, carrying with it a world-destroying sharpness as it slammed into the earthen yellow sword. In the meantime, Murong Xiong once again transformed into a raging bull and crashed into the ice elephant. Wu Yang, Shenlong, and the other 200 people also executed their battle arts and attacked the bloody blade. For a moment. In this forest, battle chi was dazzling. All kinds of battle arts were like shooting stars, and their momentum was vast and mighty. Even from tens of miles away, they could sense the commotion here. Rumble. After a few breaths, the two sides' battle arts collided with a loud bang. Unsurprisingly, Dongfang Wuhan's battle arts shattered at the same time as the earthen yellow sword and ice elephant. They were evenly matched. But Wu Yang and the others' battle arts were no match for the bloody blade. Although in terms of numbers, Wu Yang and the others had the absolute advantage, but compared to the bloody blades, the difference in power could be said to be like heaven and earth. The bloody blades were like a hot knife through butter, crazily crushing wave after wave of battle arts, heading straight for Dongfang Wuhan and the others. Not good. Dongfang Wuhan's expression changed as he hurriedly executed his battle art again, sun-breaking arrow. Because if he didn't stop the bloody blades, then the final outcome would definitely be heavy casualties. However, just as the sun-breaking arrow was formed, the bloody blades came slashing down. The situation was extremely dangerous. Dongfang Wuhan gritted his teeth and waved his big hand. The sun-breaking arrow blasted towards the bloody blades. The two battle arts met above their heads. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening loud noise, a destructive wave of air rushed out in all directions. Wu Yang and the others bore the brunt of it and were directly submerged by the air wave. Suddenly, miserable screams rang out incessantly, resounding through the sky. Although they all had good cultivation, one must know that this was a confrontation between battle masters. How could they withstand it? Dongfang Wuhan shouted, Murong Xiong, quickly protect everyone. Just a group of cannon fodder, is it worth me risking my life to protect them? However, Murong Xiong smiled mercilessly and left without even looking back. Bastard! Dongfang Wuhan cursed again and again, his eyes filled with struggle. But in the end, he also turned around and fled. The escape of the two could be said to be a disaster for the others. That wave of air was earth-shattering, like a giant storm. People were constantly being strangled, and broken corpses and broken limbs flew all over the sky. Blood dyed the void red, dyeing the earth red. Before they died, they were filled with regret. Why didn't they listen to Lu Xingchen's advice? And why did they have to mess around with Dongfang Wuhan, this unreliable person with no leadership ability? Hate. Regret. This was the realization that they had exchanged their lives for. But now that they had realized it, it was useless. Ren Wushuang said anxiously, Feiyang, we can no longer sit back and watch. If this continued, they would definitely be wiped out, and not a single one would be left. I'll go. Dong Zhengyang gritted his teeth, slapped away the skeleton in front of him, and entered the swamp of death without hesitation. As soon as he entered, the battle chi in his body surged out, forming a huge barrier. Those who were not dead were all enveloped inside, protecting them. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply and also resolutely entered the swamp of death. The moment he entered, he raised his arm and patted the air. Immediately, a bright golden light gushed out from his palm, like a wave, rushing towards the airwaves that trapped Dong Xingyang and the others. A shocking scene unfolded before their eyes. Wherever the golden light passed, the airwaves turned in the air and rushed towards the forest in front. But at the same time, Qin Feiyang's body also trembled violently, and blood spurted out from his mouth. His arm was instantly smashed. Fortunately, the airwaves were driven away, and everyone was able to escape. When the dust settled, there were only about 50 people left alive. Without exception, all of them were covered in wounds, breathing weakly, and their faces were pale. Fatso and the other 3 also entered the swamp, standing behind Qin Feiyang. Looking at Wu Yang and the others, they had an indescribable feeling in their hearts. Whoosh! At this moment, 3 figures rushed out of the forest and stood side by side on a small hill, only a dozen meters away from Qin Feiyang and the others. Qin Feiyang looked up. As expected, it was 3 familiar people. Yang Tianfeng, Mo Wuxian, and Pan Wuyen, the 3 kings of Yunju. Who are you? Why are you so cruel? Wu Yang glanced at the 3 people, and his blood-stained face twisted. Cruel? Pan Wuyen sneered and said, "You're too naive. This is the war of the 9 states, not a game. From now on, it's either you or us." Wu Yang said angrily, "You're right, but you, what about us? Sneak attack. Villain. What a joke. The winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. Everyone only sees the glory of the winner, and no one cares about the death of losers like you." Pan Wuyen sneered. Wu Yang fell silent. The others also fell silent. Indeed. As long as they could win, it didn't matter whether the method was glorious or not. "You're stupid enough." Yang Tianfeng sneered and pointed at Lu Xingchen, but he looked at Wu Yang and the others and said, "He repeatedly advised you not to come in, but you insisted. Aren't you courting death? The most important thing is that the spiritual state chose a good captain. You actually abandoned your fellow disciples at the critical moment. I really don't know what your mansion master thinks." Yang Tianfeng laughed presumptuously. Hearing this, Ren Wushuang's face suddenly filled with anger. "Don't be angry." Qin Feiyang comforted in a low voice. He looked at Yang Tianfeng and the other 2 and said with a faint smile, "No matter how bad our mansion master is, he's still better than your mansion master." The 3's eyes turned cold. Mo Wuxian looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "You're Qin Feiyang?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Of course." Mo Wuxian's eyes immediately turned cold and said, "Do you know what Master told us before we came to the 9 underworlds?" "Master?" Dong Xingyang and the others were shocked. Could this person be the mansion master's disciple? Of course, Qin Feiyang already knew that Mo Wuxian was the mansion master's disciple. He wasn't surprised at all and said calmly, "Tell me." Mo Wuxian said, "Master told us to kill you in the 9 underworlds." Qin Feiyang said in surprise, "That old witch is so concerned about me. Shouldn't I be honored?" Honored? Mo Wuxian and the others looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh, but it was a laugh of ridicule. Is this person an idiot? How could he feel honored? He really doesn't know what he's talking about. Mo Wuxian stopped laughing and said, "Since things have come to this, why don't you tell us the truth? Are Ma San and Xia Hai in disguise? Are you the one who stole the alchemy fire of the inner palace?" Wu Yang and the others looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Qin Feiyang glanced at Mo Wuxian and the others and the corners of his mouth gradually rose. He nodded and said, "Yes, it's me." As Mo Wuxian said, there was no need to hide it now. "Ha." Mo Wuxian immediately laughed. "Amazing. A mere 8-star combat emperor broke into the Cloud Prefecture and stole 2 alchemy fires of the Cloud Prefecture, killed dozens of geniuses of the Inner Palace, and even killed Commander Nai. However, it wasn't until now that they found out the identity of this person. What a great irony. The hearts of Wu Yang and the others were filled with shock. Did this guy eat a leopard's guts? He went to the Cloud Prefecture and stole the alchemy fire of the inner palace. He's really a lawless devil. Qin Feiyang swallowed a regeneration pill. He looked at the three of them and said, I reckon that you guys really want to kill me right now. Especially you, Mo Wuxian. Back then, in order to avenge your younger brother, you really racked your brains. Come, let us settle this now. Crack. The three of them clenched their fists. Chapter 572. At the same time, Wu Yang and the others couldn't help but panic. One had to know that although there were only three of them, they were all battle masters. On their side, the ones who were seriously injured and crippled were crippled. The only ones who could fight against the battle masters were Dong Xingyang and Qin Feiyang himself. But there was no chance of winning 2 against 3. It was unwise to provoke them at this time. They really couldn't understand why Qin Feiyang, who had always been smart, would make such a decision in such a situation. Dong Xingyang was also extremely puzzled, but he did not show it and only hid it in his heart. Because once he revealed his fear, the other three would know that he was afraid and would definitely be attacked by them. But if he was a little stronger, the other party might not dare to make a move. Time passed breath by breath. Although Mo Wuxian and the other two were furious, they did not make a move. What is it? The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted as he chuckled. As the three great kings of the inner palace of the Cloud State, are you afraid of a group of defeated soldiers like us? Afraid of you? Yang Tianfeng immediately laughed out of anger, and said, all right, let's settle this today. But at this time, Mo Wuxian pulled him back, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, how about we talk about the conditions? Qin Feiyang was slightly startled, and asked, what conditions? Mo Wuxian said, I can spare your life, but the others must be killed. As long as you stand by the side and don't interfere, I will let you leave. Qin Feiyang was stunned. But Wu Yang and the others immediately panicked. Shu Yi hurriedly said, Senior brother Qin, all of this is our fault, we insisted on coming in, but please be magnanimous, don't leave us behind. That's right, Senior brother Qin, even if we are wrong, we are still your junior brothers. What's more, now that we know our mistakes, we shouldn't have fooled around with Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong. Don't worry, we will definitely listen to you in the future. If you tell us to go east, we will definitely not go west. Everyone begged one after another, their eyes filled with helplessness. If Qin Feiyang really did not care, then they would only die today. There was no other way. However, Fatso sneered. It was fine if it happened once or twice, but if the same thing happened again and again, who could stand it? Feiyang, they have indeed made a lot of mistakes along the way. However, the ancients also said that it is the greatest virtue to be able to correct one's mistakes. Just forgive them this time. I promise that this will be the last time I plead for them. If they do it again, you can punish them however you want. Ren Wushuang looked at Qin Feiyang nervously. Not to mention the others, just Wu Yang and Wu Yang had repeatedly crossed the bottom line of this cheap little brother. According to this little brother's personality, he would have killed them long ago. However, she knew that Qin Feiyang had been holding back because he was concerned about her feelings. Therefore, she couldn't help but feel guilty when she pleaded for everyone again. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang was stunned. He turned to look at Ren Wushuang and said with a faint smile, I didn't say I don't care. Immediately, Ren Wushuang was overjoyed. However, Mo Wuxian and the other two's eyes darkened. Pan Wuyen said coldly, I'm afraid you can't do anything about it. Is that so? Qin Feiyang looked at the three and said playfully, I really want to see, who is stronger between you and Commander Nai? The three's pupils suddenly shrank. Boom. All of a sudden, Qin Feiyang's aura exploded and his eyes became extremely sharp. He snorted and said, don't dilly-dally, I'm just an 8-star combat emperor. You can come at me. However, the three didn't move. Because there was a trace of fear in their hearts. All right, I'll let you go today, but next time, you won't be so lucky. Finally, Mo Wuxian looked at the crowd gloomily and left without looking back. Don't be complacent, there's still a long way to go. We'll see. Yes, the best part is yet to come. Pan Wuyen and Wu Yang sneered and turned to leave. When the three of them disappeared from their sight, Wu Yang and the others immediately collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath and feeling lingering fear. Qin Feiyang also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, with his and Dong Zhengyang's strength, it was indeed difficult to deal with Mo Wuxian and the other two. But he believed that the three of them would definitely not make a move. At this moment, the blood sun had already risen. The skeletons on the plain had all drilled into the ground. Ren Wuxuang walked to the edge of the death swamp and scanned the empty plain with a melancholic expression. If everyone had listened to Lu Xingchen's advice and entered the swamp after recuperating, would the casualties have been so heavy? Everyone rest here. Qin Feiyang glanced at Ren Wuxuang and reminded everyone. Then, he walked to Ren Wuxuang's side and whispered, "Sister, what are you thinking about? 550 people, now there are only 50 left. Tell me, is it worth it to make such a sacrifice just to enter the imperial capital?" Ren Wuxuang's eyes were a little confused. "It's not worth it." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Ren Wuxuang said, "But why do so many people want to go, and even don't care about their lives?" Qin Feiyang said, "That's because they don't know much about the imperial capital. They think it's a holy land, but in fact, it's no different from Lingju or Yang County. Brother Qin, it seems that you know the imperial capital very well." At this moment, Lu Xingchen walked forward and looked at Qin Feiyang curiously. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "I once read an ancient book that had records about the imperial capital." Lu Xingchen said in surprise, "There's such an ancient book, can you lend it to me?" Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he nodded, "Sure, but I'm also very curious about self-sealing. Can you explain it to me in detail?" Lu Xingchen chuckled and immediately changed the topic. "Looking at your expression just now, you seem to be sure that Mo Wuxian and the other two wouldn't dare to make a move. I'm also curious about this." Dong Zhengyang also walked up and looked at Qin Feiyang with a face full of surprise. Qin Feiyang said, "When I first entered the 9 Nether Yellow Springs, I had a conflict with Murong Xiong. At that time, didn't I say that I killed a 2-star combat grandmaster?" Dong Zhengyang and the others nodded. Qin Feiyang said, "This person was a commander under the Yunju prefecture governor, and I killed him in the Yunju prison." Heard about it? The three of them looked at each other. This guy was really crazy to kill someone in someone else's prison. Dong Zhengyang said, "In that case, they are afraid of you because of this, so they don't dare to make a move." Qin Feiyang said, "That's just one aspect. Is there another aspect?" Dong Zhengyang was surprised. "That's right. What you see is just the surface. In fact, there is a deep hatred between them. When I first entered the Yunju, Mo Wuxian almost died in the hands of Pan Wuyen and Yang Tianfeng." Qin Feiyang said, "I understand. Mo Wuxian is worried that the same thing will happen again." Lu Xingchen said in realization, "Yes. As long as there is a chance, Pan Wuyen and Yang Tianfeng will get rid of him again." Qin Feiyang nodded. "I was quite worried at first, but after hearing what you said, the Yunju side is not a concern. In the future, when we meet people from the Yunju, we will specifically target Mo Wuxian." Lu Xingchen said with a smile. "What do you mean?" Dong Zhengyang was puzzled. Lu Xingchen said, "He is afraid of being schemed against by Yang Tianfeng and Yang Tianfeng, so he definitely won't dare to accept the challenge easily, because as long as he is injured, Yang Tianfeng and Yang Tianfeng will have a chance." "Brother Qin, don't you think so? I don't care about the three of them. I'm thinking now, when will we meet people from the other major regions? What about their strength?" Qin Feiyang said, "No matter how much you think about it, it's useless to take one step at a time." Lu Xingchen smiled faintly and returned to his resting place. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to recuperate. Dong Zhengyang glanced at Lu Xingchen and raised his eyebrows. This person was becoming more and more unfathomable, completely unfathomable. Then, he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Regarding the choice of captain, I want to discuss with you." Dongfang Wuhan had escaped, so the captain naturally had to be chosen again. Qin Feiyang laughed. "There's nothing to discuss, you will be the captain." What captain? He wasn't interested in it at all. Because this was a thankless task. Dong Zhengyang's face suddenly twitched. He didn't want to be the captain either. But now, other than Qin Feiyang, it seemed that he was the only one who had this ability. Suddenly, he looked at Ren Wuxuang. Ren Wuxuang was taken aback and frowned. "What are you looking at me for?" Dong Zhengyang said, "You are the granddaughter of the mansion master, and your words carry more weight than Qin Feiyang and I. You will be the captain." Ren Wuxuang wanted to say something. But Dong Zhengyang didn't give her the chance to speak. He turned to look at Wu Yang and the others and said loudly, "Now, Ren Wuxuang will be the captain. Do you agree?" "Agree." Everyone nodded. "Good, then it's decided." Dong Zhengyang nodded and smiled. He turned to look at Ren Wuxuang and said, "Captain, I'm going to recuperate first. Call me if you need anything." Ren Wuxuang wanted to say something again. But Dong Zhengyang still didn't give her a chance to speak. He strode to the resting place, sat on the ground, and closed his eyes. Ren Wuxuang looked at Dong Zhengyang, then glanced at the crowd, and finally looked at Qin Feiyang for help. Qin Feiyang laughed. "Since it's what everyone wants, don't refuse." "Bastard." Ren Wuxuang glared at him fiercely and said helplessly, "Okay, but you have to do your best to help me." Qin Feiyang said, "That's for sure." Ren Wuxuang felt relieved. He felt that as long as he had Qin Feiyang's help, there seemed to be nothing impossible. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and asked in a low voice, "What happened between you and Lu Xingchen just now? What was the conversation between the two of them? What self-sealing? What ancient book?" It gave people a feeling that they couldn't figure it out. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "You will know in the future." Still hiding it. Ren Wuxuang rolled her eyes at him and walked over to recuperate. Qin Feiyang swallowed a healing pill and turned his head to glance at Lu Xingchen. But beside Lu Xingchen, he found a familiar figure. Xiong Xiaolong. Suddenly, he was surprised. This person actually didn't die. One had to know. Those who were still alive were all 6-star combat emperors and above. And those who died, their cultivation was also higher than Xiong Xiaolong, but Xiong Xiaolong could survive. Strange. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and turned to look at the vast plain, his eyes flickering. Time flew by. Half an hour passed by quickly. Ren Wuxuang opened her beautiful eyes and stood up to look at everyone, saying, "Have you rested well? If you have, then get ready to set off." Immediately, everyone opened their eyes one after another and stood up. Although their bodies were covered in blood and emitted a pungent smell, they were all hale and hearty and full of fighting spirit. Looking at everyone's mental state, Ren Wuxuang was quite satisfied. Although we haven't encountered any danger, the Death Swamp is definitely not a good place. The most important thing is that there are not only us in the Death Swamp, there are people from the other 8 provinces. Therefore, when we move forward, not only must we line up properly, we must also pay attention to the situation around us. Because any movement in the wind or grass may contain killing intent. Understand? Ren Wuxuang shouted. Understood. Everyone nodded. Good, now I will arrange it. Qin Feiyang, Fatso, you two follow me and open up the path. Dong Zhengyang, Lu Xingchen, you two are responsible for covering the rear. Shenlong, Jiang Wei, you two lead the 8-star combat emperors and protect everyone on both sides. The rest of you also need to protect each other. Also, if there is a dispute again, no matter who it is, kill them all. At the end, Ren Wuxuang's voice became incomparably fierce, like an invisible blade, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Let's go. Immediately. As Ren Wuxuang waved her jade-like hand, everyone quickly lined up and carefully walked towards the jungle in front of them. Fatso laughed in a low voice. Boss, this Ren Wuxuang is quite dignified when she is serious. As the granddaughter of the prefecture master, it would be abnormal if she was not dignified. Don't talk nonsense, carefully observe the front. Qin Feiyang's face was very serious, his eyes were like lightning, sweeping back and forth in front. In particular, he paid special attention to the shrubs and weeds where people could hide. After the group had walked for a distance, Ren Wuxuang came to the front row, walking side by side with Qin Feiyang, and asked, "Did you find anything wrong?" "Not yet." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Ren Wuxuang said, even if not, we can't let our guard down. Along the way, everyone did not speak, their ears were listening to their surroundings, and their eyes were looking around. Even the most restless Xu Yang and Wu Yang were unprecedentedly obedient. Everywhere they passed, except for the sound of everyone's footsteps, there was dead silence. At noon, someone suggested to find a place to rest first. After Ren Wuxuang considered it, he also agreed with this suggestion. Because, although they did not encounter any danger along the way, everyone's nerves had been tense, and after a long time, it was inevitable that they would feel tired. After a while, they found the best place to rest. This place was still a wild forest, but within a radius of 500 or 600 meters, there was not a single tree, only weeds, shrubs, and a small pool. The terrain was also very flat. And naturally, the field of vision was very wide. If someone appeared or something abnormal happened, they would be able to detect it at once. However, Qin Feiyang and Fatso did not rest. The two stood on a black stone, scanning in all directions, not letting go of any suspicious places. After arranging everyone, Ren Wuxuang walked over, jumped on the stone, stood beside Qin Feiyang, and asked, "How is it?" "I didn't find anything, it should be fine." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "That's good." Ren Wuxuang breathed a sigh of relief and asked with concern, "Are you tired? If you are, you should take a rest." Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "This kind of environment is nothing to me, you go to rest." Since leaving the capital, he had been living a life of desperation. What place had he not been to? Therefore, whether it was the ability to accept unfamiliar environments or the ability to withstand unknown dangers, they were far superior to other people of the same age. "I'm not tired either." Ren Wuxuang shook his head. Once in the ruins, she was able to persevere, and naturally here was no exception. Suddenly, Shunmai opened her eyes and looked at the pool not far away, as if struggling with something. Finally, she got up, walked to Qin Feiyang and the other two, and said shyly, "That. Qin Feiyang, can you help me to take a look at that pool?" "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Cough cough. Fatso clenched his fist, put it to his mouth and coughed, and laughed. "Boss, you don't even know this, your EQ is worrying." Chapter 573. Since entering the 9 nether yellow springs, everyone had been fighting and fleeing. The blood, dirt, and dust on their bodies had never been washed. Therefore, when she saw the pool, Shunmai wanted to wash it. Of course, this was understandable. After all, as a woman, a beautiful woman, it was her nature to love beauty and cleanliness. Shunmai said again, "If it really doesn't work, it doesn't matter, I can hold on. It's okay, I also think that everyone should wash up." Qin Feiyang smiled, jumped down from the stone, and carefully walked towards the pool. Before this, he really didn't care about this, but after Shunmai said it, and looking at everyone's unkempt appearance, it was indeed time to wash up. However, under the water, any danger could exist, so he had to explore it clearly first. The pool was not far away. Qin Feiyang quickly walked to the pool. The pool was very clear, 56 meters wide, surrounded by aquatic plants, but he couldn't see the bottom of the pool. Qin Feiyang observed for a while, the water was always calm, giving people a sense of tranquility. But he didn't rashly go down. He found a wash basin-sized stone and threw it into the pool. Immediately, water splashed everywhere. The stone quickly sank to the bottom of the pool. But after a long time, it still didn't sink to the bottom. It was enough to see that this pool was very deep. "Do you want to go down and take a look?" Qin Feiyang was a little hesitant. Finally, he gritted his teeth, jumped directly into the pool, and quickly sank to the bottom of the pool. The water was unexpectedly calm, and there wasn't even half a creature. But the more it was like this, the more cautious Qin Feiyang was, and even took out Chang Shuai in case of an accident. After about 200 breaths, he finally saw the bottom of the pool. The moment he saw the bottom of the pool, he immediately stopped, his eyes full of horror. At the bottom of the pool, there were actually a lot of bones piled up. The stone that was thrown into the pool before was now on top of the bones. Qin Feiyang glanced at them one by one, and couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. These bones, there were human skulls and beast skulls. It was like coming to hell, making people stop at sight. This was enough to prove that the pool was not safe. But where exactly was the danger? Because at the bottom of the lake, Qin Feiyang only saw bones and no other creatures. Qin Feiyang really wanted to go down and look for it, but there was a voice in his heart that told him not to take the risk. After pondering for a moment, he decisively swam towards the surface of the water. But suddenly, he stopped again and looked to the left of the bottom of the lake. A trace of bewilderment crept into his eyes. Over there, a strand of multicolored light seemed to appear, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Was it an illusion? Qin Feiyang frowned. However, in the next moment, the multicolored light appeared again and then disappeared. It's not an illusion. Qin Feiyang felt refreshed and immediately swam to the left. However, he did not enter the bottom of the pool and kept a distance from it. This kind of flashing multicolored light was most likely emitted by some kind of treasure. As they got closer, the multicolored light became more and more obvious. Vaguely, Qin Feiyang saw a vague glowing object at the bottom of the pool. There's really a treasure. Qin Feiyang was overjoyed, but he did not lose his mind because of this. He slowly approached, holding the Chang Shui tightly in his hand. After a few breaths, he finally saw the glowing object clearly. It was actually a flower. This flower, rooted in a piece of mud, was about the size of a palm, and was shaped like a snow lotus. However, it only had 3 leaves, and each leaf seemed to be carved out of crystal without any flaws. Moreover, its whole body flickered with a hazy multicolored light. Although it was rooted in mud, it was not stained with the slightest bit of dirt. It was exceptionally beautiful. Qin Feiyang was entranced by it. What kind of flower was this? How could it grow in such a place? It also looked somewhat familiar. However, he was certain that this flower was definitely not an ordinary object. After carefully observing the situation around and seeing that there were no other creatures, Qin Feiyang slowly approached the flower. However, just as he was about to grab it, he seemed to have discovered something terrifying. He quickly retracted his arm and rushed towards the surface of the water without hesitation. Just as he retracted his arm, the mud near the flower violently surged. Whoosh! Following closely, a group of mysterious creatures rushed out of the mud and rushed towards Qin Feiyang like lightning. These mysterious creatures were as long as chopsticks, as thick as a thumb, and as black as ink. They looked like snakes, but they were not snakes. Because they did not have snake scales or eyes. However, they could clearly sense Qin Feiyang's existence and chased after him relentlessly. Damn it! Why are there these damn things? Qin Feiyang looked down at those mysterious creatures, and his face was ashen. These creatures were very fast, but compared to Qin Feiyang, they were still a little slower. A moment later, Qin Feiyang rushed out of the water and quickly climbed ashore. After reaching the shore, he did not continue to escape. He stood on the shore and scanned the lake, red sword chi surging all over his body. What's going on? Fatso and the other 2 were surprised and rushed towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said without turning his head, "Don't come over. Be prepared to escape at any time." Escape? The 3 of them looked at each other. Was there some ferocious beast at the bottom of the lake? Thinking of this, Ren Wuxuang quivered and shouted, "There's a situation. Everyone, be on guard." In an instant, everyone opened their eyes and got into a state of alert. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, the group of mysterious creatures rushed out of the pool and rushed towards Qin Feiyang. What? Black demon locust. Seeing this, not far away, Fatty and the others all had a change of expression. Black demon locusts and bloodleech locusts were the same. They could drill into the bodies of creatures and suck their blood until the end of their lives. But black demon locusts were more terrifying than bloodleech locusts. Because their bodies were very tough, it was very difficult for ordinary sharp weapons to break through their defense. And the most important point was that they could not only suck blood, but also absorb battle chi. Fatso shouted, "Boss, don't tangle with them. Run. We can't leave yet." Qin Feiyang whispered. The red sword chi turned into a torrent and rushed towards the black demon locusts. At that moment, those black demon locusts began to absorb his battle chi. But some of the black demon locusts were cut into pieces and fell into the pool. However, these black demon locusts were also known to be immortal. Even if they were chopped into pieces, they would come back to life again. And they would form a brand new independent entity. For example, if there was only one black demon locust at the moment, if you cut it in half, it would become two. Unless it was burned to ashes, there would only be more and more of them. This was the most terrifying part of the black demon locust. Qin Feiyang, you can't kill all these damn things. Quickly retreat with us. Dong Zhengyang also shouted anxiously. That's not necessarily true. Qin Feiyang muttered. The crimson sword qi retracted, and the flaming battle qi surged out with an earth-shattering momentum. But groups of black demon locusts came one after another. After one wave was burned, another wave came. And even if it was the flaming battle qi, they dared to absorb it. The most shocking thing was that as they kept absorbing the battle qi, their bodies became bigger and bigger, more and more ferocious. Several black demon locusts had swelled to the size of an arm, which made one's hair stand on end. They can absorb battle qi, but they can't absorb real flames. Why don't we just set them on fire? Someone suggested. Setting them on fire can only deal with ordinary locusts. But these black demon locusts, even ordinary weapons can't cut their flesh, let alone ordinary flames. Dong Zhengyang immediately rejected this suggestion. Shen Mai frowned. So, don't the black demon locusts have invincible bodies? You can say that. Dong Zhengyang nodded. Set them on fire? Qin Feiyang was stunned. This reminded him. Ordinary flames couldn't, flaming battle qi couldn't, then what about alchemy fire? Alchemy fire didn't belong to any battle qi. Could it effectively prevent these black demon locusts from coming back to life? Thinking of this. With a thought, the nether devil flame appeared. The temperature released by a 5th grade alchemy fire was very shocking. As soon as the nether devil flame was revived, the temperature between heaven and earth soared rapidly, like a big furnace in an instant. The surrounding bushes and weeds dried up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then burned. A few breaths passed. This place became a sea of fire. What grade is this alchemy fire? Even I can't stand the temperature released. Wu Yang and the others in the resting area were shocked. At the same time, Lu Xingchen looked at the nether devil flame with a strange light in his eyes. If I'm not wrong, this alchemy fire should be 5th grade. What? 5th grade? Everyone was dumbfounded. In the entire spiritual state, only the inner palace had the highest grade of alchemy fire, but it was only 4th grade. Where did this Qin Feiyang get a 5th grade alchemy fire? Could it be Yunju? The appearance of the nether devil flame did play a significant role. Those black demon locusts weren't as crazy as before. Some of them surrounded Qin Feiyang, and some didn't dare to approach. Some retreated to the pool and floated on the water surface, watching covetously. Only a small portion of the black demon locusts were still rushing toward Qin Feiyang. The few black demon locusts that had swelled to the size of an arm were among them, and vaguely emitted the aura of a king. Qin Feiyang's gaze was locked on them, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Because he couldn't let them continue to grow, or they would inevitably become a threat to him. Clang! Just as those black demon locusts were approaching, he raised his arm and waved the Chang Shui in his hand like lightning, cutting those black demon locusts into pieces on the spot. Then, with a thought, the nether devil flame rushed over. The horrifying heat shrouded over, and those pieces were quickly burned to ashes. This scene seemed to have frightened the other black demon locusts, and they all retreated to the pool. Humph! Qin Feiyang snorted and waved his hand. The nether devil flame turned into a stream of light and directly entered the pool. Immediately, the pool began to boil, bubbling, and wisps of white mist rose. What is he trying to do? Everyone was puzzled. Lu Xingchen said, he probably wants to evaporate the water in the pool. Why is he doing this? Just to deal with the black demon locusts? Isn't it boring? Everyone couldn't help but frown. Humph! Fatso snorted secretly, his eyes full of disdain. Boring? What a joke. Boss never did meaningless things. There must be something in the pool that moved Boss's heart. Whoosh! Chapter 574. Arriving beside Qin Feiyang, Fatso whispered, "Boss, what did you find?" Qin Feiyang said, "A strange flower." Strange flower. Fatso's eyes immediately lit up. The water temperature was getting higher and higher, and the steam was getting more and more. The water level was rapidly decreasing. Suddenly, Fatso seemed to have thought of something, and said, "Boss, since that strange flower grows at the bottom of the pool, will you destroy it by doing this?" His words woke the dreamer up. Qin Feiyang anxiously recalled the nether devil flame. Looking at the pool, he really couldn't think of a better idea. Finally, he gritted his teeth, looked at Fatso and said, "I'll go down again, you stay here and watch carefully. I'm worried that the commotion just now has already attracted the attention of others." The others? Fatso was secretly shocked, and said in a low voice, "You mean the people from the other 8 continents?" Qin Feiyang scanned his surroundings, and said in a deep voice, "Although we haven't seen them yet, we still have to be on guard." "All right." Fatso nodded. Dong. Qin Feiyang held onto the Chang Shui, the nether devil flame above his head, and jumped into the pool once again. The water temperature was very high. However, with his current cultivation, it was still within his tolerance range. However, not long after he jumped into the pool, 5 figures shot out from the forest in front of him like lightning. When Fatso saw them, his face suddenly changed, and he roared, "Boss, come out quickly, Mo Wuxian and the others are here." Dong Zhengyang and the rest immediately gathered together and looked at the 5 of them gloomily. That's right. The people who came were Mo Wuxian, Pan Wuyen, Yang Tianfeng, Liu Yunfeng and Pei Sancha. Mo Wuxian swept his gaze across the crowd, his eyes filled with a cold light. He waved his hand and shouted, "Attack!" Boom! The aura of the 5 of them exploded. Mo Wuxian rushed towards Fatso, while Yang Tianfeng and the other 3 rushed towards Dong Zhengyang and the others. Fatso's face was pale white. Liu Yunfeng and Pei Sancha had actually already broken through to the War Master. In other words, there were currently 5 King S of the War Master level in the cloud state. How were they supposed to fight? With just Dong Zhengyang alone, it was impossible to block the attacks of these 5 people. Dong. Without any hesitation, he leaped and jumped into the pool. "You're pretty smart." Mo Wuxian sneered, and immediately flew towards Ren Wushuang and the others. Dong Zhengyang hurriedly shouted, "You guys go quickly, I'll stop them." Yang Tianfeng sneered, "No one is allowed to leave. Otherwise, all of you will die." Pan Wuyen said, "If you surrender obediently and don't resist, we may let you live." Ren Wushuang frowned. "What exactly do you want?" "What do you want?" "You'll know soon enough." Mo Wuxian smiled coldly. The 5 of them didn't kill them. They just surrounded Ren Wushuang and the others in the middle. Then, they looked at the pool as if they were waiting for something. Dong. Soon. Qin Feiyang and Fatso both jumped out of the water and landed on the shore. Seeing Mo Wuxian and the others, Qin Feiyang's face darkened. "Finally out. Hand over that strange flower," Mo Wuxian said. "You guys know about it too?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "We knew about it long ago, but we couldn't do anything to those black demon locusts. Originally, we were all prepared to give up. Who knew that you guys would come here and find a way to restrain those black demon locusts? So, we hid in the forest nearby, waiting for the best time to strike. Qin Feiyang, I have to say, you're really a talent. You actually have a 5th grade alchemy fire." Pan Wuyen said with a smile. Qin Feiyang said, "You guys are 1 step too early. I haven't gotten the strange flower yet. If you guys have the ability, go down yourself." "Didn't get it." The 5 of them immediately raised their eyebrows. Qin Feiyang said, "I'm very confused. Do you know what that strange flower is? Why do you want it so badly?" "I don't know, but looking at it, I know it's not an ordinary thing. Since you didn't get it, then give me your 5th grade alchemy fire. If you dare to refuse, all of them will die in front of you." Mo Wuxian pointed at Ren Wushuang and the others and said coldly. Qin Feiyang glanced at the crowd, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He looked at Mo Wuxian and said with a faint smile, "To be honest, I'm also very annoyed with them. If you really kill them, it will save me a lot of trouble. Senior brother Qin, you can't do this. Please give them the alchemy fire and save us. Wu Yang and the others panicked and begged. Is your life worth this 5th-grade alchemy fire? Qin Feiyang sneered. Bastard, I've been so loyal to you. I didn't expect you to be such a heartless person. I was blind. Dong Zhengyang immediately roared. Heart and lungs? Don't be funny. Who doesn't know that you want to kill me to avenge the Dong family? Qin Feiyang smiled disdainfully. Mo Wuxian glanced at Dong Zhengyang and looked at Qin Feiyang mockingly. It seems that you have a deep grudge in the spiritual state. Qin Feiyang shrugged and said helplessly, I can't help it. I'm just too likable. Pan Wuyen and the others' faces twitched. Not ashamed, but proud. How could there be such a thick-skinned person in the world? However, Mo Wuxian's gaze swept back and forth between Dong Zhengyang and Qin Feiyang. Suddenly, his eyes flashed and he gave the two a thumbs up. Amazing. I didn't expect you to be so talented in acting. I almost believed it. Qin Feiyang and Dong Zhengyang's hearts sank. That's right. They were indeed acting before to make Mo Wuxian and the others careless and then cooperate to save everyone. However, they didn't expect Mo Wuxian to see through it so quickly. Acting? Pan Wuyen and the others were stunned and their eyes turned cold. Yang Tianfeng waved his hand and his battle chi emerged, turning into a giant yellow hand and grabbing towards Ren Wushuang and the others. If you have the ability, fight me one-on-one, Dong Zhengyang shouted coldly and stepped in front of everyone. The black demonic seal instantly condensed and blasted towards the giant hand. At the same time, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent Fatso and the netherworld demonic flame into the castle. He then used phantom steps and rushed towards Ren Wushuang and the others. Humph! Mo Wuxian and Pan Wuyen snorted and stood in front of Qin Feiyang. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, the black demonic seal and the giant hand collided. The giant hand was just an ordinary attack and naturally couldn't block the black demonic seal. It instantly shattered and then the black demonic seal carried the power to destroy the world and blasted towards Yang Tianfeng. Heaven Dipper Art, Battle Shield. Yang Tianfeng bellowed, his fan-like hand stretched out in the air, his battle chi surged, condensing into a thick and heavy shield in front of him, blocking the black demonic seal. After a short exchange, the two of them retreated a few steps at the same time, a trace of blood flowing out from the corner of their mouths. Yang Tianfeng was furious, and shouted, Liu Yunfeng, Pei Sanxia, follow me and destroy them. The two of them released their battle chi and their auras soared into the clouds. But at this time, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he said loudly, Liu Yunfeng, Pei Sanxia, have you forgotten how they humiliated you in the past? Don't you want to wash away this humiliation? Immediately, Liu Yunfeng and Pei Sanxi's bodies stiffened. A raging anger burned in their hearts. Back then in the Spirit Cloud mountain range, the slap that Yang Tianfeng gave them was like a stain that was branded in their hearts, something that they would never be able to forget. A good chance. Seeing this, a cold light flashed in Dong Zhengyang's eyes. He took a mysterious step and rushed towards Yang Tianfeng. At the same time, Qin Feiyang and Mo Wuxian's battle also began. 7 killing arts, open. Mo Wuxian's body trembled, blood chi coiled around his entire body, and his killing intent boiled. Whiz. Following closely, 100 jong long blood-red blade appeared out of nowhere, charging towards Qin Feiyang, its sharpness tearing through the earth. Ice Heaven Manifestation. Above Pan Wuyen's head, a frost vortex also appeared, and a huge ice elephant roared out, its ferocious might unparalleled, and swooped down towards Qin Feiyang. The two of them used their battle arts the moment they made their move. From this, it could be seen how much they feared Qin Feiyang. But Qin Feiyang had no intention of fighting them head-on. When the two great battle arts rushed over, he directly entered the ancient castle. When the two great battle arts whistled past, he walked out of the ancient castle. Using the phantom steps, he left behind an incomparably real afterimage around Mo Wuxian and Pei Sanxia. Mo Wuxian and Pei Sanxia looked at those illusions, a little confused. Who exactly was Qin Feiyang's original body? Destroy all of them. Pan Wuyen suddenly let out a fierce roar. Chirp. Accompanied by a sharp chirp, an ice phoenix soared out of the vortex above her head. Wherever it passed, the illusions continued to dissipate. Looks like you didn't remember Commander Nai's lesson. But suddenly, a cold voice sounded behind Pan Wuyen. She suddenly tensed up, and hurriedly turned around. A cold face immediately entered her line of sight. It was Qin Feiyang, and it was close at hand. Out of fear of Qin Feiyang, she did not hesitate and immediately retreated. However, at the same time, she felt a pain in her chest, and instinctively looked down, only to see a pure white jade dagger sinking into her heart. The intense pain swept over like a tide, and she could not help but scream. But at the same time, a crazed look appeared in her eyes. She suddenly stretched out her hands, hugging Qin Feiyang tightly, and shouted, "Mo Wuxian, quickly!" Seeing this, Mo Wuxian's murderous aura soared, and several blood blades condensed in an instant, slashing towards Qin Feiyang's neck. "Are you crazy?" Qin Feiyang was furious. He really did not expect Pan Wuyen to be so crazy. Women were indeed creatures that should not be provoked. Pan Wuyen laughed sinisterly. "Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Then you'd better die by yourself." Qin Feiyang's heart moved, and directly brought Pan Wuyen to the ancient castle. Boom! The moment he disappeared, several blood blades arrived, smashing into the ground. This place immediately exploded, leaving behind a huge crater. Damn it! Mo Wuxian was furious. Originally, this was the best opportunity to kill Qin Feiyang, but he did not expect him to escape. "All of you must die." He seemed to have transformed into a violent beast, and turned to stare at Ren Wuxuang and the rest. Boom! He took a step forward, and madly rushed over. Inside the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang's body shook, and he forcefully pushed Pan Wuyen away, and punched her lower abdomen. With a shrill scream, Pan Wuyen was sent flying on the spot, crashing into the wall behind her. "Kill her," Qin Feiyang said to Fatso, and his killing intent was bone-piercing. Pan Wuyen's heart was pierced by Chang Shui, and she was already at the end of her rope. So even if she stayed in the ancient castle, she would not be a threat to Fatso and the rest. Next, he took Chang Shui and left the ancient castle. When he saw Mo Wuxian rushing towards Ren Wuxuang and the rest, he used the phantom steps and quickly chased after him, at the same time roaring, "Mo Wuxian, if you dare to touch them, when I leave the 9 nether yellow springs, I will definitely go to Yunju and slaughter everyone in your Mo family. You have to have the ability to do so."